right. Happy day after election day. And let me fix my Slavic tuxedo. And we're going to chat about stuff. Of course, I named the chat The Return of the King. And that could be for two reasons. One, we can talk about Lord of the Rings and the One Ring role playing game, which I will be running this Sunday. Or two, we can talk about election stuff, whatever you want to do. I mean, the fact is, the salt has been flowing on Twitter all morning. Awesome. However, I will say one thing. Mark Cuban, as much of a douchebag as he is, his post about the election was actually classy. And, I got to show a little respect for that. I got to. Some of you guys might even be like, F Mark Cuban, But, I mean, his response was, congratulations on your way to Kentucky. Okay. His response was, congratulations, whatever, and Godspeed. And you won fair and square, and Godspeed. And I mean, that's literally probably the best response that Mark Cuban could have given. Just admit what happened, and if you are one of the pro-Democrat guys, well, 4 years, put up a decent candidate. Who knows? Maybe I'll vote for him. I mean, because I'll tell you what, if things don't happen the way I want them to, and 4 years from now, RFK is running for president, I might vote for RFK. You know what I mean? I might switch from MAGA to Maha, make America healthy again, right? Because I would love to get a lot of the poisons that they sneak into food out. Hunger, I'm jealous of you. Going back to the Rodinia, and yeah, I'm jealous. That's the only thing I have to say. That's the only thing I can say. I'm jealous. I want to know why you didn't swing by and ask if I wanted to go. There is that. You could have swung by and been like, hey, But no, you didn't. My brother sometimes, you know what I mean? He's just thinks about himself. So, yeah, the vampire game is officially over for a couple weeks at least. And then it'll be like every other week vampire, every other week One Ring or Baptism of Fire. Just depends. I mean, if we play One Ring and for some reason, even though I don't think it's possible, but if for some reason all the players just decide to hate the system or something, I need to think about gaming with different people because the One Ring system is awesome. Or two, we'll just play Baptism of Fire, which is close enough to D&D that most of the guys should be, comfortable with it. So yeah. It's a little out of the way. Howdy, winners. Shadow, I think you're a winner. So howdy. I didn't do anything, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but I'm not going to lie and say I'm not happy. And the thing that makes me happiest about everything that happened yesterday, believe it or not, a lot of people may not get, but it's the fact that the Amish people in Pennsylvania hooked their little buggies up to their carts and went out and voted in droves. Now, that proves what I've been saying for a very long time. And that is that this is no longer about, differences in how to handle political or economical questions. This is literally about good versus evil, right? And when the Amish have to be bothered to actually go out and interact with the real world, that's true. Yeah, I voted. Of course I voted. My wife would murder me if I didn't vote. Like, she'd be like, why aren't you voting? And I'd be like, I don't want to vote. And she'd be like, well, you're voting anyway. Come on. So yeah, the Amish turned out big. Yay.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
And the Amish never vote.
Yeah, no kidding.
Never vote. But this time,
They
they were
did.
lined up.
It might have something to do with the government going in and ruining their lives.
Yeah. The only thing they ever ask is to be left alone in Lancaster and northern Kentucky and all the other little places they live. Jackie's mom voted for RFK. Well, unless she voted for Trump, then her vote was dumb. And you should tell her that. Or I will. Tell her I said she was dumb. And I love RFK. But a vote for Trump was a vote for RFK. RFK
In a
was
way.
never, ever going to get in.
No.
But the fact that he's allied with Trump, and Trump said as long as RFK leaves him alone on the oil stuff, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Yeah, if you wanted RFK in, you voted for Trump. If you wanted Elon, Ron Paul, Tulsi, the list goes on, you voted for Trump. Trump was a package deal. You weren't just getting Trump. You were getting this huge consortium of political parties that...
And I would say the good part of them, because RK, we might get his medical views, which is pretty good. Hopefully we won't get his gun views.
No, we're not going to get him or Tulsi's gun views. We are going to get his medical views. That's what Trump said during his speech, I told you, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said that RFK, as long as he doesn't try to get involved with Trump pumping a bunch of oil, then it's going to be Larry Kask. The only Zeb I know is Zeb Cook.
It's Bear. Sorry about that. That's from the game last night. Let me fix that.
Hey, Bear.
That's from last night's game. My apologies.
That's okay.
There.
Hope you had fun.
So you can't even... That's what I was saying the other day when we were talking politics. It's like, this is not even Republican versus Democrat.
Nice picture. Were you playing Call of Cthulhu?
No, we were playing Wizards of Shadow City, which is like a pulp. You ever see the movie Cast a Deadly Spell?
Yes, I love that movie.
So basically, it's Cody's game, and it's essentially that type of a setting.
Okay.
A lot of fun. Anyway, I see what you're talking about, so I actually came in to give you a Canadian perspective if you wanted one.
It's going to be better than
about
Dev's.
Politics or the Return of the King?
Well, the Return of the King, I'm assuming you're referring to the political thing that happened last night.
Well, it's a double entendre. We can talk about the One Ring, too.
I have no opinion on the One Ring because I don't own it, but I will talk about the Return of the King as you're putting it. And I'm sure people are going to take umbrage with what I'm about to say, but thank fucking Christ. We still are until January 6th on the doorstep of World War III, as long as this fucking psycho group of neocon Democrats remains in power and controls the military-industrial fucking might of America.
Yeah, I was a little confused about why the U.S. would choose election night to test our hypersonic nuclear missile.
Yeah, there's a thought, eh?
It's like, why would you do that? That's we're walking
like
over here, trying not to end all civilization, and this is how we're going to do. So you're right. We're not out of the woodwork yet. We still got 2 months.
Yeah, and
For
a lot
them
can
to
happen in
everything
2
up.
months, especially when you have an administration that's basically a continuation of the Obama administration, which is a continuation of the Clinton administration, which is a continuation of the fucking Zabriskie or whatever the fuck his name is, fucking asinine, hate Russia at all costs boomer mentality. That's why his fucking daughter being up on the fucking Morning Joe, Mika Brzezinski, it's like, does anyone not fucking realize who her father is? And maybe everything that comes out of her mouth is a fucking military talking point? Like, what is wrong with humans? Fuck.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, Bear, about the Cold War is over,
Yeah.
and Russia
Not
is
for
not
them.
doing anything
No.
to us. They're not building bases anywhere. They're just kind of doing their thing, whatever. And the only reason the war in Ukraine is happening, as I've said a billion times, is because Obama and Biden had to get in there and let the CIA F around.
Not to mention the Soviet Union no longer is
It's like
paying
the
off our
Empire doesn't
Hollywood.
even exist. Amish have a fine tradition of being left alone. Yeah, the Amish are awesome.
Usually.
I love the Amish. We have them in Kentucky.
Now
Well,
there's
some kind of
the
Mennonite.
government
Exactly.
arresting them for making food and selling guns.
Listen, I have zero opinion on Trump's social policies. I have zero opinion on any of that bullshit. I don't care. All I care about is the only president in my lifetime that never escalated the killing of brown people overseas was Donald J. Trump. I
killing any
choose
people
peace.
overseas,
I choose
really.
no war as much as possible. So if this motherfucker can do what he did last time, which is reduce the amount of war, reduce the amount of bombings, reduce the amount of death, he gets my fucking backing.
Hey, a lot of people are single issue voters.
No, that's
And
me.
if your issue is peace, I respect it because that was a big part of my choice.
And Trump's
But he clinched it when he picked RFK too.
Oh yeah, RFK. Look, as someone said, I can't remember
People
who
want to hate on RFK. I like RFK.
Well, someone said it best. They said it was like watching Trump assemble his Avengers, right?
Yeah.
RFK, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, and even Vivek Ramaswamy is going to have some role to play. You know what I mean?
Oh, and Ron Paul.
And Ron Paul, exactly. These are people who want the best for America and the world, not I have a political agenda that involves me telling you how to live your fucking life and to eat bugs. You know what I mean? So,
well, when the Democrats started bragging on being backed by the Cheneys, you knew they lost the script.
Gee, was that maybe not a warning fucking sign that when Dick Cheney is endorsing you, that maybe you need to rethink your bullshit?
Like I could have been a hardcore blue, no matter who Democrat, and the second they started being like, "We're buddying up to the Cheneys," I'd been out. What's up, Luke? Yeah, I'd been out. I've been like, nope. I mean, because even everyone knows. I mean, I'm unaffiliated, unaligned, independent, whatever they call it now. I'm not a member of either party, but everyone knows the Cheneys are freaking war criminals, and they got a lot of young American people killed so that they could make millions of dollars through Halliburton and every other thing.
Look, James. Hey, we can at least say. At least Dick Cheney did to Kamala Harris's career what he did to people that he went hunting with.
Yeah, seriously. No, but listen, you want to take just from a visual point of view? The Democrats flipped a Republican woman to their side, and the Republicans flipped a Democrat woman to their side. Well, guess which one's hotter? Tulsi fucking Gabbard.
Yeah, you got a better deal there. We got
Jesus
Tulsi and
Christ.
RFK, and they got the Cheneys. I'll take that trade.
Yeah, I'll take Kennedy's over Cheney's any fucking day of the week at the end of it all, right?
I mean, and I even fought in the war, one of them that the Cheneys made all their money on. Do you remember when they got in trouble because people were like, you guys are like under equipping the soldiers, and the Humvees you're sending all suck. They have no protection.
Yep.
Because Halliburton was literally cutting every corner they could to put more money into everybody up there's pockets, while we were over there not getting, the improvised explosive protected vehicles and shit like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, so yeah, I've got struck. Like I said, I would vote for just about anyone before I would have voted for John McCain too.
Well, okay,
that was a horrible choice.
Here's a really, really Here's a really salient point that if you only watched legacy media, you did not understand. They kept talking and railing on this point that there was a border agreement set between a nonpartisan border agreement, but then the Republicans voted it down on Trump's orders. And what they leave out is that the reason the Republicans voted it down is because it included, what, a $40 billion love package to Ukraine in the bill? And they were saying at the time, why the fuck do we need to secure Ukraine's borders before our own? Like, you know?
Believe it or not, Bear, I mentioned that in one of my streams, and I was like, I'm a strong proponent of single issue bills. They need to stop. Our government needs to get rid of this whole, this is the bill, but let's all add riders on it until
Exactly.
So everything you don't want in it and make the bill just terrible. But here's the thing.
They need to introduce in the legislation that says a bill can only be a single issue bill. They need to bring that in as a legislation to prevent riders from being attached to bills, right?
Right.
So if you're doing the kids' school lunch bill, you can't add in money for, Homeland Security. You know what I mean? You can't add in money for Ukraine. You can't do any of these things. So that way you're voting on the fucking issue at hand. Plus, they need to reduce bill count to less than 20 pages or something. Because when they put in these 10,000-page omnibus bills the day before a vote, that's gaming the system, for fuck's sake.
Well, because no one's going to read it. I mean,
exactly.
Who can read 10,000 pages in a day?
There's like one or two people who will read at least enough of it to be like, yeah, I'm not voting yes on this. And then that's about it.
Yeah. Now, this may be the one chance you guys get to take your democracy back.
Also, the border bill was also terrible in the sense that it allowed 5,000 people in a day without any.
Yeah, it still wasn't
to stop it.
Yeah, it still wasn't stopping anything. But my big problem with the border bill was what Bear said. It was all of the sweetheart deals we were given to
I think the entirety of the bill was just terrible.
Bunches of countries. It's we got our own issues here.
One, it widened the border to the point where even if Trump won, there's nothing he could do to stop that. He couldn't actually close the border down because there's a bill saying, no, you have to let these people in.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We got a couple months. Hopefully they don't kill him before then or something.
Well, if they do, J.D. Vance becomes the president, right?
Yeah, they'll love that.
I think that's the one bulletproof for Trump right now is J.D. Vance because they hate him.
Get rid of Trump, get J.D. But I have no problem with the Amish.
No.
Even though that I have my beliefs, but no, every time I've ever dealt with the Amish
are kind people.
Like Leth can tell you, they do set up shops in Kentucky and sell stuff, and
they're like the nicest people you could actually be around.
Yeah, they're nicest people ever. They won't lie to you. They won't try to take advantage of you. They're not going to try and rip you off. You can buy great handmade quilts for them for a few $100. Whereas it would cost like $1,000 anywhere else.
Yeah,
they always got great veggies and stuff, like you
buy
get beans and shit.
Make America Amish again.
Well, see, I'm 100% on my gig, but I mean, there's worse things you could do.
There are.
And you can actually pay them to come up and put a barn up for you too, and they will.
No, I respect all of that, and I think ultimately all I'm saying is, again, I don't give a fuck about Trump's social programs. I don't give a fuck about the fucking reproduction rights bullshit that they made a central argument that America wanted nothing to deal with. I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I give a fuck about is no more fucking pointless military-industrial wars. Let's stop killing people overseas and building enemies. Never forget, I can never say his name, Zbigniew Brzezinski is the person who created the Mujahideen, which blew up the fucking towers on 9/11. That's called a rooster coming home to rest. You know what I mean? And they don't fucking see it. They don't see that there's blowback to their bullshit. Like, nothing I love more. They spent the last 8 years of my life railing about foreign interference in American elections. Really? I wonder how the Chileans feel about that subject. I wonder how the Iranians felt about that subject. I wonder about a dozen and a half, if not 24 countries around the world feel about American interference in their fucking elections. You know, when your shit comes home to roost, pay your fucking bill.
That's why I said, if anybody wants to know who to blame for the Ukraine war, it's us. We
Yep.
did it. We're the
Oh,
ones
and
that
listen,
financed
we're
the
not
Maidan
innocent in
coup,
Canada.
you know, and all this other bullshit going on. It's like we send money to Israel, we're sending money to Palestine too at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that seems weird. And we're sending a shit ton of money to Egypt, and the Egyptians aren't helping anybody do anything.
Well, the Egyptians are the only ones who've actually got an open trade agreement with the Israelis.
Yeah,
Well, they need to take in some refugees. They got a gate right there.
They can't do that. They do try and provide support to that side of the refugee situation as best they can. And I got to respect, even under their Muslim Brotherhood bullshit and all that, Egypt made efforts to try and keep the area peaceful, right? Because they saw it blowing back into their territory when tourists were being attacked in Egypt. They were like, whoa, 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 this is bad for fucking Egypt. No one wants to go to Jordan. No one wants to go to Syria. No, there's not huge tourism industries there like in Egypt. Therefore, they don't give a fuck about that shit. But Egypt understands. Egypt's an international fucking.
Egypt has been a tourist destination for people from the UK forever.
Well, yeah, look at the British Museum.
I mean, before they were just stealing all the mummies.
Before they just took everything and put it in England.
I mean, there's still like hugely a thing.
Yeah.
With UK tourists going to Egypt. That's a huge thing.
You want peace? If you want peace in the world, you find a way to do trade and you find a way to have tourism. England and France tried to kill each other for the better part of 500 years plus. And then for the last, 100 years, they figured out trade was the way to go. They still hate each other as much as they hated each other for those 5 centuries that they were warring with each other. But they figured out there's more money across that channel when they trade with each other. And that's
what
the
Thomas
secret.
Jefferson said. Thomas Jefferson said he didn't want wars or treaties with anybody, trade with everybody.
Yep.
And we've gotten away from that, because, and I agree with you as the resident foreigner in the panel right now. I 100% agree with you, though. America has become too interventionist. And it needs to stop. I mean, after World War II, all we've done is intervention. We've never fought an actual war since World War II.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because on the one hand, a non-interventionist America means all those navies come home. But if all those navies come home, international trade grinds to a halt due to piracy or political brinkmanship. Because I guarantee you right now, having a U.S. Navy access to the corridor through the China Sea Pacific area protects trade. Having China in charge of that area would be bad fucking news for trade because China can close the tap anytime they want to fuck with anyone. Meanwhile, the American Navy's out there keeping trade lines open so ships can travel safely without fear of it turning into the Barbary fucking Coast Part 2.
I guess I should have been more specific about that. I was thinking ground, obviously, since
no. There's a difference.
Of course, our Navy's going to sell the ocean and keep shit on lockdown. I mean, that's obvious. That's what our Navy does. We let everybody know.
It's like when we went to war with the Barbary pirates.
Exactly. I mean, they attacked some of our boats. We were not fans.
They attacked our boats. We were like, no, you don't do that.
Well, look what happened with what they do with Somali pirates and what they do in those guys, the Hutus or whatever they're called, the Houthis.
Yeah.
The Houthis, or I can't remember what the name of these guys are. They fucking fuck with trade and they rightfully eat, a little bit of fucking bullshit for it. And that puts them back to maybe we shouldn't be fucking with trade mentality.
Yeah.
But we also don't need to encircle China with military bases or encircle Iran with military bases or encircle whatever country with military bases. That's a bit much. Hence, we get the Ukrainian fallout, Jeb can still win.
Jeb can still win, guys. Jeb can still win. Yeah.
The worst is... what's it? If you ever go online and watch videos of ships engaging Somalis, anytime it shows a Russian ship, you know some Somalis are getting ready to die.
Yeah.
It's
Every time
like
it shows an American
are
ship,
100% brutal. And apparently they used to, I don't know if the alliance is still going, but in that whole region, there was an alliance between England, France, the US, and Russia to guard, trade through that region. And yeah, the Russians would just, if a skiff got within 100 yards of them, they just unload.
Yeah, where meanwhile the Americans just use fire hoses to sink the little skiff
Well,
and then rescue the assholes. That's my favorite part about it. Like everything, America's such a prick. Really, they literally just sink the fucking pirate ship with water and then rescue the asshole pirates and take them back to Somalia. Like what the fuck?
They're nicer than me. I would sink the ship and then leave them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wave at them and
Well,
be like, "Have fun."
That's basically been the history of America. We'll kick your ass and then we'll help you rebuild.
And then we'll rebuild. Well, because
you
we
wouldn't
understand that it's
and I mean that's an excellent policy because look, here's how we are when we're pissed off. Here's how we are when we're nice. Which do you want? Your choice.
No, but it boils down to that bit from Life of Brian, right? It's the rest of the world sitting around going, what have the Americans ever done for us? Well, they keep the seaways safe. Yeah, well, of course they keep the seaways safe. But what else have they ever done for us? They helped develop the international internet that allows communication instantaneous around the world. Well, of course, but that aside, what have the Americans done for us? Like, it's this constant game of fuck you because you're better than us or you're richer than us, right? The Romans went through it. The British went through it. The Americans are going through it. But I'll tell you right now, I would rather live in a world where the British Empire, the American Empire, or even fuck the Roman Empire was in charge than, say, the Chinese Empire. You know what I'm saying? Just based on the historical behavior patterns of these cultures, I'd rather live in the one that says, fuck you if you fuck up, but here's some reward if you don't fuck up, versus the one that says, fuck you, we're arbitrarily changing the rules and cutting your head off today. You know, like, what? What do you mean you took away my corporation and put me in the camp? What the fuck? You know? Big difference.
Yeah.
But they don't see it today because they're programmed the wrong way.
It's like I was watching some video and this cute little blonde girl was like, I hate capitalism, blah, blah, blah. And this dude would listen to her and he just ripped her a new ass. And he's like, oh, of course you do, because, you live in the most privilege of privilege in a nice house and you got the money to just go to Europe anytime you want. And you've never had to work for a damn thing in your life. Like he ripped, and then at the end, she was just sitting there looking shell-shocked.
Mr. Anderson is not wrong in what he says. That is the double-edged sword of it, which is, sadly, there are assholes like Halliburton and corporatism. And that is the big American problem right now. Corporatism, not capitalism. Yeah. Corporatism. That's your big problem. You need to get that shit in line.
Because the free market is a very personal thing. When you start making a multinational corporations, that's where you can have issues.
Oh, that's what was hilarious during the whole Occupy Wall Street BS that was going on. It's like capitalism sucks, end capitalism. And there were people there selling shirts, capitalism sucks for $20. It's like I still don't know if they were just idiots or if they were trolling.
I always love the line, the revolution will not be televised. No, it'll be streamed and pay-per-view.
There's a bunch of people following.
Yeah.
Can't make money off televised.
I'm going to do a little bit of an... Sorry. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of an educational PSA here for the Nerdy Ogre. Occupy Wall Street started out with the best of intentions and was a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got infiltrated and corrupted by bullshit.
Oh, you mean Marxism?
Well, the Marxists came in, and then all of a sudden, instead of worrying about this 1% or whoever that was effing everybody off over, the news media started putting out story after story after story about racism.
Yep.
So Occupy Wall Street went from being all of the people versus banks doing shady shit to black versus white. And it was 100% done by the media. You can even look it up during the time
No,
of
I agree with you. You're
look up
you're
the
not wrong.
news
I'm not going to
media.
argue against you.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you can look up a graph that shows how many stories the media was running about race. And in the middle of Occupy Wall Street, it goes like straight up like a cliff.
Yeah. So this is
So
one of the
they
problems
were
with
basically
anytime you
just
guys
trying to-
try to do social reform in the US or Canada, we have the same problem. Anytime a movement starts of people like workers or people who are trying to make their ends meet, having a hard fucking time, and they start doing a grassroots movement that could cause change, the fucking Marxists go running in like they think they this is their fucking bailiwick, so now they're gonna come in and take over the show. And we wind up where the Occupy movement had no leadership to be able to negotiate anything, or they weren't allowed to clap. They had to wave their fingers because it was too much to offend people if they clapped and all this bullshit. And once you start letting that bullshit into your fucking movement, your movement is doomed.
Well, that's what the whole gay rights movement of the 80s and 90s. J.D. Vance said it. He's like, look, we're going to clean up with the normal gays. And there were a lot of people in the LGBT community was like, what do you mean normal gays? It's like, here's what we mean by normal gays. There were people in the 80s and 90s, they chose to have same-sex relationships. They wanted the same rights as heterosexual couples. They just wanted to be married, love who they wanted to love, have a job, get their house, have the American pie, have their slice of the American pie. And that's it. And then now we got all these blue-haired weirdos who say that everything is a gender and it's like it's
Yeah, but hang on, nerdy. That sword cuts in two directions, because on the other side you've got all these corporatists going, we're going to move all of these jobs to Mexico or to Guam or to China or wherever else, so people can't have their piece of the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house, and that you don't get to blame that on the blue-haired people, because they're not in charge of that shit.
Yeah,
it's
that's
Halliburton, it's fucking BlackRock, it's Vanguard.
No, my point, you missed the point. Is it started out as a group of people who just wanted to live a normal life, with the exception of, instead of being in a heterosexual relationship, they were in a homosexual relationship. They weren't out there.
Nerdy, even
Yeah,
like,
at
dancing
the
in the
same
street
time,
naked
dude, nerdy ogre, at the same
until-
time, my roommate got his ass kicked at a bus stop because some fucking guys thought he looked gay. So they jumped out of their car and beat the shit out of him at 1 a.m. while he was coming home from work. So it wasn't all peaches and sunshine in the 80s and 90s either.
No,
maybe
And that's
they
what we
just
keep
wanted
in mind.
coming up.
you're missing the point. I'm not
Well,
saying
then
it was
make the
peaches and
point
sunshine. I'm
clearly.
saying that there were gay people who were fighting for equal rights.
Yeah.
To be married and to be able to stand at a bus stop at 1 o'clock in the morning and not get their asses kicked. I'm saying that's how it started. That's what they were fighting for. And then all these blue-haired weirdos turned it into what it is today.
Yeah, but that's not the only
even
bill we're dealing with.
And to where even the normal gays are saying, no, we're not part of that. That's you. That's not what we fought for.
Well, that's the Civil War I was talking about there, Dave, where a lot of the L's and the G's are trying to distance themselves from the T's and the Q's.
Right.
And the one gay man I was listening to his video, he was saying ours is a sexual preference, theirs is a gender identity. They have nothing to do with each other. It's like, because most gay men do not question gender. They know they're men and they know they like churros, right?
Wait a minute. I like churros and I'm a man.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
And they don't like tacos or Arby's roast beef sandwiches.
But I like those too. I'm confused.
Well, then you could be a B.
I like tacos and I like roast beef sandwiches.
And what this guy also said was that also the like normal, like I guess normal, you could say, gay people are like they're not always wanting to sit in libraries and read to kids and shit. And that the shenanigans that the T's are pulling off is starting to like blow back on them. And now they're getting the hate, even though they're not part of any of that shit. And basically that's kind of what he was saying, you know. He's like, yeah, you know, you talk to any hardcore lesbian or any full-blown gay man, they don't want any part of that shit. They just want to commit their degenerate sin in peace. And, you know, the law says they're allowed. So good for them. But the T's and the Q's, they got to get all up in the schools and shit. And it's like, no, nobody needs that. So
Ain't nobody got time for that.
To quote one of the best memes of all time, yes, I got the bronchitis.
I'll be right back.
So ain't nobody got. So that's what Nerdy Ogre was trying to say. He just, I think, was having a little bit of, you know, getting it out. But yeah, I was actually watching. I forget the name of the channel, but it's a gay black dude, and like he went off about it, and he was just basically saying, you know, and he even mentioned the whole. He's like, so this trans man wants to tell me I'm a bad person because I don't want to have sex with them. And he's all like, but that trans man has a taco. And he's like, ew, I don't want a taco. I'm a churro man. You know what I mean? And it was, to me, even though I know it's sinful and shit, it was like hilarious. You know, it was like to hear him talking about it. Like he was like, ew, I don't want to hear that. You know, he's like, and so now you're going to accuse me of being anti something because I want to have sex with a man and you feel like a woman wearing a pair of blue jeans is a man. And he's like, well, I disagree, you know? So pretty hilarious stuff. I mean, I still have my religious views on it, but I also have my libertarian leanings, which is if you're not doing it in my face and making shit difficult for me, then I don't know about it. Then it's not my business. And that's how I wish things. You poors will continue to suffer. I'm not poor.
That's
I
okay.
live in Afghanistan.
Just look at what he's been typing. This guy's a troll. He's just trying to rile everybody up. Ignore him.
The uneducated and the poors, yeah. Yeah, he's what we call the intelligentsia, who are the educated people who have led to the death of hundreds of millions of people in the last 100 years. Good job, man. Good job. Never forget, every communist dictator was a supposedly college-educated intellect. You know, every damn one. So that little piece of paper that says gender studies on it doesn't make you smarter than some guy who went to job on an oil field. If anything, it makes you dumber. It just makes you stupider. I would be a lot more likely to take the word of an oil worker or a carpenter or, you know, somebody, you know, with brains. Soviet Russia wasn't Soviet Russia until it was Soviet Russia. You see? And even that wasn't fair since, according to the election they held, the Soviets lost. But then, you know, typical to Marxists, they decided to ignore the election and take over and run the, I think it was the Mensheviks, who were actually democratic socialists, forced them to join or die.
This is starting to sound disturbingly like some technology, sir.
That's what actually happened during the second revolution, because there were two. And the Tsar put the first one down. And that's when my family fled Russia. During the second, all of the basically leftist parties agreed to unify to get rid of the Tsar, right? And after they did, the deal was supposed to be they would have an election to determine who would, you know, how the power sharing would go. And Lenin's party did not win. He lost. But since they controlled the army, really, they just told the National Socialists to, pound sand, tuck over, join or die. And if you didn't join, they sent you to Gulag.
Go to Gulag.
You go to Gulag.
May you make me laugh. Go to Gulag.
So you can't even argue that the Soviets actually won the revolution because they were surrounded by moderates. And then once the revolution was over, they basically betrayed the moderates and turned an empire into a bunch of bullshit. So, Mother Russia went from a powerful empire to trash. Literally, trash.
Yeah, but
The
their women are
people
still
were
pretty much the
starving to
sexiest women in Europe.
Well, they got that going for them. But it doesn't change the fact that people were starving and, waiting in line for toilet paper. And,
Oh, yeah, no. That's the downside, right?
yeah, that's the downside. Plus, Russian women are like a lot of women we've talked about.
Yep.
Depending on the one you get, she's super hot until she hits about 32.
Yep.
Then she turns into a babushka.
Did I ever tell you what my Asian friend she said about Asian women? She said, when we're young, we're a delicate flower. When we mature, we're a timeless beauty. And then one day, Yoda.
Yeah. That's what I've always said. Asian women are smoking hot until you wake up and they're not.
Yeah, but that's usually when they're like 70. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got a good run. I'm just saying. You got a real good run.
Well, a beautiful view of that actually is the Disney cartoon, the anime Mulan. Think about the 3 generations of women in Milan's house. Right? You've got Milan, and she's kind of young and hot. You got her mom. Okay, she's got a little weight on her, but she's still pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got the grandma. And she's like walking around, like you said, like Yoda with a cane, a fucking cricket in the cage.
But think about that. She's crazy and fun.
And she's crazy and fun. So Bear's 100% right. And Disney agrees.
Yeah.
I think what it is they just get to that age and they just say, I don't give a fuck no more.
Sure.
Well, I hit that age about 45.
Well, I mean, no, I'm talking like the age where a life sentence really isn't that big of a threat.
Right. I think the thing with Asian women, a lot of European men like them a lot. I've never been like super into Asian women, but hybridized Asian women, like Vietnamese girls that are like part French, part Vietnamese, smoking hot. Those are smoke shows. You know what I mean? When you see, when you see them, because they're always the hottest ones in the bunch. And yeah, I stand by that. Same with Korean.
Well, listen, that's almost universal for mixed blood women, right? Or mixed blood people. They tend to be the hottest because, like a good, mixed breed animal, they're getting the best traits of both sides,
like Jessica Alba.
less of the degenerative traits of the pure blood, right? So it's a good thing. Like G. Gordon Liddy he's a crazy motherfucker. But I remember reading his excerpts from his autobiography, and he talked about choosing his wife, and he was in love with this other woman. But he chose a woman who was non-white because he wanted his children to be the healthiest, strongest possible children he could have, so they would have the best possible future, right? So whenever you see these people talking about, the majority of the women I've dated have been non-white, and they're like, so I got accused of being colonial, and I was like, what? It was like, I'm colonizing her with my cock? What are you talking about? I was like, this is nonsense. You know what I mean? And they do that. They go, well, racists date non-white women so they can exert over them. It's like, what fucking mental gymnastics do you have to go through to think like this?
I don't know. I always thought if I ever dated a black chick, I would want to wear a Klan costume.
But then you're racist
like
if you
part
only
of the
date
foreplay,
white people.
Like,
It's like, so
could
basically,
wear
I'm
one of those
racist.
things
If I
on her
date,
head.
if I date non-whites, I'm racist. I'm colonizing, trying to exert power over non-whites. But if I only date white people, I'm racist because I only date white people.
Yeah, of course, guys. I'm just being off the wall. Unless the black chick was into it, in which case, yeah, I'd do it. If like I was in a serious relationship with a hot black chick and she's like, look, I want to do a little role play. I'm going to pretend to be the slave. You pretend to be the house master. I'd be like, well, it's weird, but okay, whatever gets you, going. I'm down, I'll do
Okay,
whatever
I
need
agree to
do
this,
here.
but we're going to have to sign a form here saying that this was your idea and that you consented to all of this.
Well, I would like to think if I was dating a chick for a long time that we wouldn't have to do that. Bought some Chaos Knights. The new Chaos Knights are awesome. The
I
base
gotta agree with
freaking
Dirty
cute.
Ogre though. I've seen it. It doesn't work as well as you think.
But I don't know. I mean,
No. But
I've
if you're dating
never
a black
been-
chick and she wants to play the master slave role play in the
I
bed,
bet you
in
that
the
shit
boudoir,
happens more than you think, nerdy.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But in this day and age, we're going to have a contract saying that you consented to this. It was your idea.
And I gotta say, I kind of agree with Nerdy after what happened to my brother's first ex-wife. Well, ex-wife. He doesn't have another one yet.
Yeah, you're right, Prime. I will agree with that. The government cannot induce morality. Religion is responsible for producing reality, or
Yep.
philosophy, or something. Even the really good guys that happen to be atheists are still living by Christian morals, mostly.
Yes.
They just don't agree with the existence of the supernatural, but they're still going along with. And a lot of Christian morals can be dated back to Zoroastrianism and Hellenistic thought processes. And I mean, so, we know what good and evil is. And even if you're an atheist, you can know what good and evil is.
It was written in your DNA, by God.
It's these idiots that believe things can be subjective. And it's like,
Nope.
no, certain things are not subjective. Certain things are always bad. Even if everyone says they're good, they're still always bad. Arbiter of Morality, the books were written by men. Every book was written by men.
Yeah, every book was written
So
by
if you
men.
believe in that, you can't believe any book you have ever read in the history of ever, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. Because books.
Hang on, I've got Mary Shelley on the line. She'd like to have a word.
Right. It's like even a book on science was written by men. And depending on the science, if it's not hard math, it's all guesswork.
Here's the thing.
It's all guesswork.
Here's one of my thoughts about this too. Why would you trust your mind if it was a process of random changes that happened over millions of years?
The human brain is weird. Without even getting into religion, if it was a 1 in a billion thing that happened, it just makes no damn sense.
No, this is what I want to say.
It's just really
Why would
strange.
you trust your thoughts if it was through a random process that prioritized survival over reality?
Well, I mean, because you want to survive.
Yeah, but again, why would you trust your mind on truth if it was based off of survivability instead of reality?
I didn't put words in your mouth. I just said every book was written by a man.
Yeah, again, Mary Shelley would like to talk to you.
When I say man, I mean man like Tolkien means man.
Yes, exactly, which is why that ending of The Witch King of Angmar is so funny, because it's like, no man shall defeat me. Clearly he was speaking of the race of men who lived in the West. And like the meme says, and now that Mary stabbed me in the leg with the magic knife of the Dunedain, he severed my link to Mordor, making me mortal, and therefore you can now kill me because I can be killed by anyone. Stop acting like this was a feminist triumph.
Wow, that was one of my favorite parts of the book. She was so brave. He broke her arm, crushed her shield.
Oh no, she was brave. I will never take away Ewan's
Pulled the
fucking
helmet off
medal.
and says, "I am no man." But I think when Tolkien said man, he meant the race of man.
Yes,
But
I
when
think he
she
did.
said I'm no man, she meant I'm a chick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know in the original Merp's book, one of the races you could play was just straight up man.
Yep. High man, middle man, and low man.
Yeah, it's like I am of the race of man. I am a hill folk. I am a freaking Dunedain. I'm a dark
Oh, no.
Dunedain even.
Dunedain were high men.
Yeah, I mean, and then you had the ones that painted themselves in woad and hid in the woods.
Yeah.
And every now and then they'd pop up, but they were really rare.
Yeah, they were called Appalachians.
Anderson, I don't know what you believe. I am responding to your religion isn't the only arbiter of morality, and I'm saying that it kind of is.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It is.
Without that, what else is there?
Depends on what religion.
Random nonsense of survival. If there was no God, what is true?
Don't melt out there, gentlemen. I don't think Trump would be a great king, but I don't know, maybe Barron. But then again, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Marxist or Marxist monarchist. Marxist, yeah, I'm a Marxist. No, see, somebody clips that and just me sitting here. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Marxist, which would just make my channel grow exponentially. For some reason. But I'm a monarchist by nature. I think I played too much AD&D as a kid.
Maybe, I don't know. For me, I don't know if that's what we were naturally meant to do, especially since with what the Lord said in the Bible to the Jews about this. Every time he's like, "You don't want this. It's gonna be bad." And then what did they do? They appointed a king, and things went bad.
The good thing about king is you only have one head to put in the crosshairs. The good thing about king is if he's a good king, then the laws in the nation remain stable for the duration of his life.
Yeah, true.
And you generally won't have to worry about weird inflation and spending billions of dollars to get candidates into office just so they can enrich themselves and whatever. Now, if he's a bad king, then maybe you might have to do something. But so that's a great argument. I mean, under our republic, if we get a bad one, we theoretically can change him out every 4 years. Whereas with the king, you gotta wait till they die and then hope that the next one will be better,
or have to depose them,
or depose them and hope the next one will be better.
Yeah, but one thing I do gotta say. The revolution wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the parliament.
Well, the revolution would have been lost if it wasn't for us hillbillies coming across the mountains.
Or us getting the alliance from France, really.
Or the French. Yeah, because we didn't have a navy, so.
But again, if it wasn't for the parliament, there would have been no revolution. The king wasn't the issue that we had.
Right. Well, I forget which Greek philosopher said, but I'm quoting from Starship Troopers that the will of democracies throughout history has more often than not been to go to war. So a straight vote democratic society is not necessarily a good idea.
That's why
because you would be going to war every other day.
Yeah, again, that's why our founders didn't make it a straight democracy either.
Because they're hoping our representatives would be the cooler heads there that would think about it. Because I'll tell you what, man, if you left it up to the American people, we would be invading everyone all the time.
You could easily convince them at least to.
Yeah, you could give it, and all you need is 51% of a straight vote. Not a good idea, man. Which is why,
again, with straight democracy, it's not just one issue. So you most likely wouldn't even need 51%. You probably could just codify by 30%.
Well, I'm just saying, you just need one vote more than the other side.
Yep, or sides.
and
Right.
then you can do whatever you want, and that's how you end up with a despotism. You know, you get somebody with a cult of personality, and as long as they can beat the other side by one vote, they can do whatever they want to the other side.
And again,
As
this
I've
is
said many times, democracy is 51 assholes telling 49 jerks what to do.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment, I think. Law Dog, what is up, my good man? I see your posts all the time on X. I generally give you a heart and a repeat because I do that with all the bros. Good
I gotta
guys.
ask you a question. Maybe you Americans can
There.
explain this to me.
What's that?
How the
Do our
fuck
best.
is Maine still not finished counting their votes? It's Maine.
Yeah, especially since Florida has like 20 times their population and had our
Yeah.
shit
it's
done.
because they still have to count the
At
cheating
night.
votes in.
It's because they got to get those lobster in before they count the votes.
Maybe. And if
Maybe.
that's true, then hey, a man's got to work.
Yeah.
Plus, they're out there looking at the leaves change. It's a busy time of year for the Maine.
It's the time of year, yeah. I mean,
Well,
it doesn't
the
matter
apple
how
orchards
the
need
votes
picking.
work out, though.
Not anymore, no.
Yeah, at this
That's true.
point,
Apple picking's just wrapping up. You know, it's that time of year.
yeah, at this point, there's literally nothing that could possibly happen that would make Kamala win.
Oh God, no.
Now, there are some people who are saying that they're going to try to accuse Trump of insurrectionism, blah, blah, blah. But that would be like the stupidest shit ever.
Nobody would. I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody would really believe it.
Well,
know.
I don't think that they're going to do it. No, they're still harping on about the January 6th mostly peaceful tour of the White House,
Yeah.
where the only person who died was an unarmed woman
Who was
Yeah.
shot in the face?
who
Yeah.
was shot by a cop. Yeah, I mean, it's like, no, I think Mark Cuban, his thing on Twitter was classy for one.
Yeah, that was. I got to give him credit.
Yeah, you know, you won fair and square, Godspeed. I mean, that's all you got to say.
See, Mark Cuban isn't evil.
Well, I don't know if he's evil or just misguided.
I would say at least misguided, but
Just
as long as he's
envious.
like this, I will say he's not evil. I'm going to wait and see about the rest, who I still fairly convinced that just will say, no, we're not going to transfer power to Trump.
Nah, I don't think they will because Kamala Harris supposedly called Trump this morning and wished him all the best.
But we'll see. I'll be happy and fair
So-
that they won't do that if that's true.
Well, Leth, maybe I'm just a trusting sucker, you know?
I could be
I
just
would like
cynical.
to
Yeah,
think
it's the best of
everybody
us.
understands that shit is good.
Either way,
I
I'd say
think
either
Trump
way,
had
things
like
are good.
303 electoral votes or some shit like that.
It's right now at 277, but I don't know if it could go up. It had a potential of going like to 330.
It's going to be
Yeah.
313 once Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona and Alaska all finish reporting in. He'll have about 313 electoral.
The Alaska thing's another issue, like you said, Bear. There's like 1 million people there.
Yep.
And a lot of the natives don't vote. So why is it taking them so long to figure it out? And also every freaking year with Arizona and New Mexico. What's going on with that?
Again, it's cheating.
It's every year Maricopa County can't figure out their head from their ass.
Again, it's obvious cheating. It's all it
Well,
is.
they can't cheat though, because this year
No, they
everybody
can't
sent
cheat, no.
lawyers everywhere, and
But the thing is, there was one guy who talked about it and said, yeah, if they even just hand counted these votes, they would have it done in within like the afternoon, like, the next day.
Florida, like I said, we've got millions of people here. We had our votes tallied up before the freaking end of the evening.
The guy was right.
It was like an hour and a half after voting stopped. Boom, Florida was 100%.
like you said, if it was done right, you could easily have every vote in not very long after the voting polls closed.
Wow, did California and some other states sign a pact to give their votes to whoever won the popular vote? Because that's going to bite them in the ass.
No kidding.
Because Trump is winning the popular vote by like 100,000.
By a lot. It is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close. It's a lot.
Last time I checked, it was like 80,000 to 60,000.
Well, currently, according to the numbers, the New York Times.
80 million. It was like 70 million to 60 million.
So for the New York Times, it's 66.8 million for Kamala, 71.7 for Trump.
Yeah, it's about right there.
First Republican to win the popular vote and the election since Bush 2.
W. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Anderson, I would not suggest driving from any end of Florida with your eyes closed. You will end up in a swamp and ate by an alligator for sure.
You're not often going to hear me and Nate Mobius agree on something, but 100% on point with him on that.
Get rid of
Justin Castro has to go.
I thought you guys already got rid of him for some reason.
No, we're at a point where there's going to be an election called pretty soon, probably not by Christmas, but probably fairly early in the new year, because the Bloc Québécois, who were the large ones, basically their power was preventing the vote of non-confidence in Parliament, just had given a mandate to the Liberals, if you do not do this that we want, we will support a vote of non-confidence. So the Liberals didn't do what they wanted, and they're trying to negotiate and all this, and the Bloc's like, no, we gave you an ultimatum, fuck you. So next time the Conservatives bring a vote of non-confidence into the fucking Parliament, the Bloc's going to vote for it with the Conservatives. Then it'll be up to the NDP and the Liberals to see if they have enough seats to block that. And I think the NDP are starting to get a little fed up with their leader too, Jagmeet Singh. I think they're starting to get a little tired of his ass, because he politicked them, because he just wants to make it through next year so he gets his more increased pension as opposed to the one he gets right now. So people are kind of like, because he knows he's losing his election. Jagmeet will not win his seat in the next election for sure.
These guys leaving as millionaires and getting like $200,000 a year for the rest of their life. That's bullshit.
Oh, dude, I had a chance to run for office about 10, 15 years ago when there was that New Democrat thing was happening. And had I agreed to do it, I would have been elected. For God's sake, there was a girl in Quebec who got elected. She never campaigned, and she was in Las Vegas on vacation election night when she got elected to the House of Commons. You know what I mean? Like that's how much people were sick and tired and wanted a new blood in the government.
See, Barrett, you should have ran and got a vacation too.
Well, I would have. Had I had the balls and the wherewithal to go, you know what, this is a good idea, and run, I would have been elected more than likely. The period of time would have qualified me before the next election would have qualified me for pension. So I'd have been laughing my ass off making like $120K a year for the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, hindsight's 2020, baby.
I think if you if your assets and everything are like millions of dollars, you don't need that couple $100,000 down here in America. You can, I mean, Trump never took a paycheck anyway, but $1.
Yeah, he
Because
didn't
he
need
had to legally take $1.
Yeah, he had to legally take something. So he's
Now
like,
the question is, do they actually do something? That is the question, Mr. Anderson, because as anyone that follows politics knows, just because they got an R behind their name does not mean they support Trump.
No.
I
And
mean,
the thing is, I don't
there's
know
a
if
lot
they
of
get the
R's
House.
out there that are just
The
100%.
Republicans actually get the House too. That's one thing.
Well,
So
they
just-
did. They got the House and Senate.
Okay.
Congress.
Just to be
whole
clear,
nine
for the
yards, they
Canadian
got it all.
situation, guys, we have to have legally, they have to call an election by October 20th, 2025. There has to be an election by October 20th. That's when the time limit runs out. The question for us is, will there be an election before then? And all that requires is a vote of non-confidence. One party to introduce a vote of non-confidence against the government. If the majority carries it, the Governor General then has to go to the British Parliament, the Queen, well, the King now, and say, may I please have permission to disband the Parliament? They'll say yes, and we're off to an election.
Somebody posted a
Oh, good
funny
luck.
meme on Twitter.
And Godspeed on that.
It was like election night 2024, and every state on the map was like gold colored, and the only candidate was King Charles, and his color was gold. And I was like,
Hey, James, you know
Charles,
what
I get what they're trying to say, you know?
James, do you know what the toughest choice that voters had yesterday?
No.
It's what streamer they wanted to watch for the for the election.
God, the streams were all shit though.
Yeah, but they were better than any of the corporate news.
No, the corporate news was hilarious because it was like funny to watch them try and like not realize what was happening in front of their eyes, and then when they accepted what was happening in front of their eyes, it was like, okay, are they going to switch gears and start talking about this positively, or are they going to whine and cry that Kamala was betrayed by white women? Guess which way MSNBC went.
White women.
Rachel Maddow was hilarious to watch last night because she was on the verge of tears.
Boogie, I think Boogie 1988 or whatever ripped his White Men for Kamala shirt off and like went on a rant about women.
He's a fucking moron.
You can't. Well, the thing is, you know, he's so fake that it's like
Yeah.
you don't believe that. You know what I mean?
He's also a
I
dumbass.
watched the Louder with Crowder live stream. That was pretty good. That was a good one.
I was watching Dev make himself look like an idiot on the Archcast.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
thought Pink finally learned something because leading up to this election, he was saying point blank that the Democrats are going to lose.
Yeah.
So I thought he had finally pulled his head out of his ass and he'd be cool about it, but no. He went off.
See, I can't watch Crowder. Crowder annoys the living shit out of me. Like,
That's
I don't
when
care
you're
how right he
looking
is. His personality just grinds me, so I just avoid watching him as much as I can.
Why do you hate Canadians so bad?
I know. Why do I hate Canadians so much?
I don't know.
Maybe
Clearly, I'm a self-hating Canadian who just wishes he was an American, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Is Crowder from Toronto? Because that would make
Montreal,
sense.
baby, he's from my city.
Oh, then yeah, I don't understand. That's your homeboy.
Yeah, well, can't stand the guy personally. That's all it is. It's not his knowledge. It's literally just the way he presents himself grinds my teeth.
You just don't like his personality.
Fair. Fair. I mean, some of my favorite people are Canadians, like Jordan Peterson and John LaJoy.
Well, that's the thing. So I watched a bit of Dave Rubin last night, and he had Jordan Peterson on. He had God Saad on, and I love God Saad. That guy's also a Montrealer. Got to respect him. You know what I mean? Like there are good Canadian pundits. I just find Crowder reminds me of Dane Cook. Like just
man, Dane Cook. Dane Cook, the saltine cracker of comedians. And I don't mean that in a racist way. I just mean he had no flavor.
Dry, no flavor.
Like the only people who liked Dane Cook were like chicks in their 20s. You know?
Well, I've seen some of his stuff whenever he first started out, and I thought he's funny. I mean, he wasn't like the most hilarious guy in the world, but you know,
Dane Cook.
Because the most hilarious guy in the world is obviously Chappelle.
That is a fair statement.
That is, I will agree to that.
Of living comedians right now, I would say your president and vice president are Chappelle and Burr.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah. You know,
well, Chappelle is great at just his funny stories, and Bill Burr is such a good observational comedian.
Yeah,
like he just says funny shit, but it's true. Hey, Cal. Knew it would be a great day yesterday. I found a free cedar chest from 1953. Needs some refinishing. Nice. Yeah, that cedar wood to keep any moths or anything off your clothes because it emits a scent or a gas that actually kills small insects. If it's made out of the red heartwood of the cedar. That's why so many sea chests and stuff were made out of cedar. It actually kills bugs. And now, if we're talking comedians of all time, that's hard because you've got
Red
all time.
Oof. You've got
Carlin was my favorite.
Carlin was a god. He always was.
Red Fox.
Who?
Red Fox.
Red Fox was he hits differently, but yeah. For me, it would be probably, I'd have to say my three tops, and that they're dead will always, just because I wished all three had been alive for this political cycle, is Patrice O'Neill, Bill Hicks, and Mitch Hedberg. You know what I mean? Just because those three, they can make me laugh without ever, just easily make me laugh my ass off,
I mean, also, if you're going all time, you got to, I mean, how far back would you be going? Because you got Rodney Dangerfield.
Dangerfield was a good interview.
One, Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, again, a good interview. I think that's the thing. I think some of these guys were great when they were doing interviews or talking to people versus being on stage in front of a crowd, right?
Right.
And Norm Macdonald was amazing. You put him in an interview position and he's going to run the interview. It's going to be fucking weird and everyone's going to be laughing uncomfortably.
When he went on The View and they're like, why would any woman want to marry you? And with a straight face, he said, well, I have a lot of money.
I have a lot of money.
I like the bit where he was doing the thing and he's like, I've been hearing a lot about this Hitler guy and he's not, here's a bad guy.
Here's a bad guy. I looked.
Everybody says they want to go back in time and kill Hitler, but I don't know. I'd be afraid. They say he was a good speaker. He might convince me he had some good ideas.
Right.
It's just fuck. He's saying this on network TV,
Oh, well, I mean, when he had his own show, he was constantly accusing the Jewish co-host of being a Holocaust denier.
Oh, God.
Every time they would have a Jewish guest on, he'd be like, oh, and by the way, that guy over there denies the Holocaust, right?
He was also
Larry King was on, and Larry King's like, what?
Norm was also pretty good at being a voice actor, too. Have you seen some of the stuff that he's done on that?
Who?
Oh, yeah.
Norm Macdonald. He was
He was very good at voice. Do you ever see Dirty Work, his movie?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is still one of the funniest fucking movies, man.
When he comes walking out of the jail and he's like, you know what hurts the most? The lack of respect. Well, no, that other thing hurt the most, but the lack of respect.
Yeah.
Because he got, basically.
Oh, my God, I've never seen so many dead whores in my life. Lord knows I have.
Not John Candy. That was, what's his
Chris
name?
Farley knows that. The Vietnam War who bit my nose off.
Saigon War bit my nose off back in '69. Some shit. Oh my
God! Couldn't kill the guy.
Yeah, Norm would tell jokes and shit that weren't even jokes.
Nope.
Yeah.
But he would tell them in a way that made them funny, even though if you really thought about it, no one else told that story like that.
What was it? It was the roast of the guy from Full House, I think.
Oh, when he refused to tell any dirty jokes at all.
No, he told a bunch of dad jokes.
Yeah.
It was fucking brilliant.
And the guy, Saget, totally got it.
Oh yeah, Saget's crying.
Like, Norm sucked, and he's like, "You guys just don't get Norm."
Yeah,
everyone else came in here being away. Have a great day, Mobius. Having away, and Norm did what Norm does, which is whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the time, he just sat there reading the paper.
Yep.
It was like, Norm one time, and I've said this before, someone showed up late to a comedy club, so they put Norm on first. So he did the other comedian's whole set. Yeah. So when the other comedian came in, he had to go out on stage and just freaking ad-lib it, basically, because Norm had already done all of his jokes on purpose. And then he called, what's his name, an acid-tongued Arab, and he called Lonely Island, what's his name, and those two other guys.
You know who I'm enjoying a lot in the new breed of comedians? Shane Gillis.
Who?
Shane Gillis.
I'll have to.
He's a big guy. He makes some really good jokes about how Down syndrome runs in his family, and he's makes this joke about how he just got clipped by the bullet. He's like, look at me, look at me. But he does the best Trump impersonation I've ever seen, man. His Trump is fucking amazing. He's the guy who had that whole joke before Trump was listed as the nominee. He goes, even if he's not the nominee, they should let him debate. You know, when they have the presidential debate, it should be like the WWE. The glass breaks and Trump comes out.
Hey, who can ever forget
losers.
Trump getting freaking done in by Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Yeah.
Or body checking Vince McMahon on the freaking concrete floor. I mean, you gotta say something. I mean, politically, hopefully he does everything awesome. The guy's a showman too.
Well, here's some good news about Trump. Now that he's been elected, Zelensky's now wanting to come to the to the bargaining table.
Of course he is.
Trump's not even in office, and he's already making a positive.
There's a shock. He knows the money tap's about to dry up.
The money train is over. The Russians are grinding him down. The best case scenario would be that Donbass and Luhansk remain part of Ukraine, but become independent governments, like a confederation. That way, everyone could be happy.
Yeah.
The people in Donbass region could rule themselves and still be, Ukraine could save face, you know, and say we didn't lose half of our country.
Okay. Cal, I want to know what your job is based on that statement you just made.
He might be one of those guys that goes around and cuts down trees.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
I'm sure there's a lot of those guys in California that are needed. Of course, Cal lives in Jefferson State, which never got made because
where's the Northern California?
Yeah, before World War I, I think they were going to split California into California and then the state of Jefferson.
Yep, and they wanted to. The Upper Peninsula was either going to be Superior or it was going to be Lincoln.
Right. They were going to do this whole thing, and then World War I happened, and they just never got back to it.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll be told Trump is unfit and bereft of. Yeah, that's one thing. All of the mainstream news people who are on the left, it's going to be a great 4 years for them because they're going to have their freaking stupid fans watching every show. Rachel Maddow whining about every single little thing that Trump does or doesn't do or thinks about doing.
Yeah, Colbert.
They practically went bankrupt when Trump left office. So, you know.
Yeah.
So good for them, yeah. Hell, they were talking about Trump, and Trump was at Mar-a-Lago playing golf. They're still talking about him. They can't shut up about him. You know, it's like if you want the man to go away, just stop talking about him.
Here's the thing.
And maybe he'll just vanish into the background, and then you can.
Will they actually make money now that they've been talking about him, even though he wasn't president for so long? Does it really change that much?
That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, they can blame themselves for this victory. Really, they're the ones that kept Trump front and center of everyone's mind for like the last 3 years. You know. Yeah, so even CNN will win because of Trump, which he said. Trump actually said that.
Are they going to be able to survive by just talking about Trump and him being evil because he's now president? Because they've been doing that even without him being president.
Oh, I wonder who he's going to get to be his speaker.
Oh my God, I am so fucking happy that press lady Karine St. Fuck you is going to be gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
She is the worst.
She is the worst.
I mean,
of all the fucking press speakers I've ever seen.
Huh? I know, she's just terrible at it.
She lies. She lies badly. She's like, it's insane. Like, God, they think people are stupid. I think
Mm.
that's the biggest problem the Democrats are facing in life is that they just think Americans are dumb as fuck. You know what I mean? And
Well-
they know better because they all went to some Ivy League school or something like that.
Exactly. There's this weird movement amongst the intelligentsia where, you know, they're like, well, if you ain't got a degree, then you're just a dumbass and incapable of taking care of yourself, and we need to take care of you. And it's like, no. Plus, the New York idiots killing that squirrel didn't help.
Boy, that was a dumb fucking move.
Yeah, right before an election, murder a squirrel. Good idea.
A squirrel
Right.
that had hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram.
Yeah, and apparently his dad, even though he's married, the squirrel's dad was like a star in gay porn.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so that shit was hitting on all levels. Like gay men were pissed off and squirrel people were pissed off. Like everyone was mad. The libertarians who hate the government being involved in anything at all, they were super pissed, you know. And it's like, yeah, justice for Peanut and for Frankie. The freaking, I think Frankie, they killed a freaking raccoon. It's like they went into someone's house and took their baby raccoon and killed it.
Yep.
And it's like, you know, I mean, maybe it's New York City though. See, in Florida, no one would give a shit. I've raised so many litters of raccoons because their moms got killed or some shit. And once they get about a year old, they just leave. You know, they kind of give you that long look and then off into the woods they go because they want to be wild, you know?
Yeah.
Squirrels, on the other, I bet you Bob Ross is spinning in a effing grave. Because Bob Ross would always have his squirrels with him when he's doing his painting. I don't know if any of you guys.
yeah, I remember that.
Right. Because he ran a little like squirrel rehabilitation thing.
Yeah.
He was part of that. Hey, what's up, Shark?
Hey, Tark.
And a lot of times he would be doing a painting and he'd have his little baby squirrel pea pod in his pocket.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's like, you know, New York City, a place overrun literally with rats. And they're worried about a guy who had a pet squirrel.
No, it wasn't that. It was the worst part is it was some fucking neighbor that went and called. Some fucking busybody piece of shit can't let people just live their fucking lives.
Right.
Went and had to call animal services, you know.
And bragged that she was going to do it, and that the reason she was going to do it is she was mad that the squirrel had more followers on Instagram. And now has deleted all of her social media because people are losing their shit.
Yep.
Because, and I mean, at a point, it's like,
as much as I try not to be a sexist bastard in my life, it's almost like women want me to fucking call them names and say they're busybody fucking.
a certain group, just the ones that ain't got anything better to worry about. Like if she'd been a mom with like a bunch of kids and shit, she wouldn't have had time for that. But she was a cat mom, living alone, trying to do an Instagram thing or some shit.
Yeah. And they sent a SWAT team in for a fucking squirrel.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And on Twitter, people were talking about if the squirrel had been an illegal alien, they wouldn't have killed him. They'd have gave him $5,000
And a cell phone.
and a place to live and a
Place to
cell.
live, the cell phone, and everything.
It's like, you know.
And that guy's wife actually was also threatened with deportation.
Yeah,
and
they threatened to
as for
deport his
her
wife.
legal status.
It's like, but apparently, yeah, the guy is married, but from what I read, he has starred in a few, you know, same-sex videos. So, okay. I wouldn't suggest it, but it's not my business. So there you go.
Still no reason to kill his squirrel.
Yeah, I don't care what he's doing. You don't kill a guy's pet. I mean,
That's just fucking a horror. That's just fucking 1984 horror show bullshit.
if I'm not going to give out any details, but I would get the badge and name of everyone that had been there if they come in and killed my dog. Yeah,
But-
it wouldn't go well. You know what I'm saying?
But there is
'cause
something good that came out of it.
Yeah,
There is something that good that came out of Peanut.
all the
The
safe
plot of
peanut
the
stuff.
plot to John Wick 5.
Yeah, the plot. of John Wick 5. They killed his squirrel.
They killed his squirrel. No, he's on a revenge path.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, not your echo. It's like people, I am 100% pro education. I mean, heaven knows I've been to so many different schools for you name it. But there's a certain type of person that as soon as they get their little piece of paper, they feel like it makes them know more about everything than everyone else. And the worst is when those people start glomming together and they're all convinced they all know better than the people who aren't in the in group. And then that's how you end up with Marxists.
But if you just leave them alone long enough, don't let them have power, but leave them alone long enough, they eventually turn on themselves. They always will.
They always will.
Knowledge
It's
is
like-
a dangerous thing in the hands of stupid people.
Well, loyalty is not something that they are strong upon.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, but education is wonderful. When I went to the city, they sent me to so many schools for like reclaim, sewer collections, distribution, like water treatment. And these were actual schools where I had to go to a college and sit down and go through the whole thing and pass tests and get little certificates. So they weren't like degrees, obviously, but they were like little trade schools. And then when Fire Academy, that was if I include paramedic school, what I went through in paramedic school and everything, that's like a year and a half, 2 years.
Hey, James, I'm going to have to get off here. I'll see you.
I'll catch you later, Lef.
I left. Okay, well, fuck
See ya.
that.
Oh, that's how Lef is. He says, I gotta go, then he goes.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Western society, as far back as way before I was born, has always really valued pets. I mean, if you read like Where the Red Fern Grows or Old Yella, or I mean, we're talking
Old
books that were
Yeller.
written, like in the 50s and 40s and shit. You know, like every cowboy loved his horse. You know, it's just, I mean, in America, man, if you stole someone's horse, that was a death sentence.
Mhm.
Hanging a fence.
Yeah, you got hung for that shit. I mean,
Because it's not just it's not just a pet. It's a livelihood.
well, it's like a family member too.
Yeah.
And remember, what was whatever the name of the dog was that saved Anchorage, Alaska, or Juneau, or whatever.
Balto.
Balto, yeah, because he ran all that anti-flu stuff up there through blizzards and all the worst territory you can think of through Canada, the
Mhm.
Yukon, and
The
everything.
worst territory you can think of. Canada.
Well, no, the Yukon, the Yukon.
Yukon's part of Canada, motherfucker. So your subtle dig at my nation is noted, sir. Thank
It
you.
was not meant to be a dig. I promise.
It was an unconscious bias. Freud would have something to say
It
about
was,
that.
it was not a
believe in
dig at the
Freud. I think he
nation.
was a jackass.
It's a dig at the landscape.
The geography of my nation. No, it's okay. I'm just fucking
Just
with
the
you, James.
Yukon, which is a place to go and die if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, but it is beautiful.
It's beautiful, but if you don't know what you're doing, you will die there.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's
you know,
pretty much you can say that about almost any part of the world. You know what I mean? Like, you want me to drop
some
you on some
places are a
tropical
lot easier
fucking
to die
island?
in than others.
Yeah, but I drop you on some tropical island. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're dead in a month. You know, easy.
3 days if you can't
Yeah.
find water.
Well, exactly. There we go. Right. So
I mean, so you know, But regardless, that dog ran nonstop all the way from wherever to wherever and saved the whole city.
Yep.
So we love our dogs. There's a big statue of that dog in New York. In the city, they built a statue of him.
Yeah.
So
Well, be careful because the blue hairs might tear it down because they'll find some information that suggests the dog was racist or something.
yeah, the owner said something at some point.
Yeah,
So,
so
now
tear
they're
down the dog statue now, fucking Balto.
fucking bald.
Canada
But,
is America's freezer.
Now, no one has brought this up yet today, so I'm going to be the first one to broach the subject. Kind of weird how, like, almost everyone that came out to support Kamala was also at a Diddy party.
You know what I find more interesting than that? That is true, but what's even more interesting, Kamala didn't even show up for her own election party. Do you think these people will fucking realize she used them at some point? Do you think there's in some of their little fucking idiot brains they're going, wait, that bitch just used us and didn't even show up for the fuck to take her beat, Like, come on.
Yeah, she had a guy actually.
Had to go.
And
Okay,
then, like I
Kamala's not
said-
going to have any more appearances.
And then, like I said, Mark Cuban basically did her
but
concession
also-
speech, which he did a great job. Simple, 2 sentences, completely classy.
Also, you got to take into effect whenever she had a rally, and she had some big name singer,
Beyonce showed
yeah,
up.
Beyonce,
spoke for like 2
the other
minutes and
chick.
left.
Beyonce's not singing. Bah. It is like, wait,
And
I
it turns
got
out that
speech. It's
Beyonce,
like, we came for the concert.
Beyonce is a Diddy person.
Was
Oprah's the Diddy
35 Canadian
person.
a good price for pizza in 1991? Jesus Christ, no. What the hell kind of pizza were you buying in 1991 for $35?
And it would have been super expensive in Alaska too, bro.
Yeah, Alaska for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I was in Alaska. I think it was 87, 88. I'd have to ask Hungar. Like a dozen eggs was $9 back then. And if that, like milk, basically because everything in Alaska is imported.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if you want to eat smoked fish, you're good though. You can get all the smoked fish you want.
Yeah, but there's gotta be for fuck's sake, Alaska's not so hard that they can't raise chicken and fucking cows there.
Yeah, just not enough, I guess. I don't know.
You got a small window of opportunity.
Not for
Okay,
cows and
let
chickens,
me explain to you
though.
this.
Cows and
Okay,
chickens
I
are
live-
plants.
I live in San Antonio, Texas. We're going to have winter in about late January, early February. We're going to have
You
about
guys
2 or
have
3
winter in
days.
Texas?
We're going to have about 2 or 3 days where the temperature drops to close to freezing. Close. Whether it drops 2 or below, I don't know, but we'll get close. We'll get like 34, 35 degrees. All right.
All
So-
I can say is
and that's in late January, early February. Then after that, the temperatures are going to go up until about until about just at the end of spring, where we start hitting triple digits, and it's going to be like that until the end of fall. Hell, just
I
the
talked to
other
my
day.
mom the other day, nerdy. It was 10 degrees,
Where?
Kentucky.
Oh, I'm talking Texas.
And I know that's like
No,
a
no,
balmy day
Alaska-
out for bears.
Alaska
Bears
is
will be
the
wearing
opposite
shorts,
of that.
flip-flops.
They're going to
Okay.
have summer.
So
about
okay,
2 or 3 days.
so Nerdy Ogre, I want you to look at a great big piece of territory called Siberia.
Yeah.
Has much weather on par with Alaska and northern Canada. And guess what they can raise in Siberia? Cows and fucking chickens. You understand? We're not talking about growing crops. We're talking about livestock. They can raise them in Alaska. Just no one's invested in putting a dairy farm up there of any considerable size and maybe a dairy to produce the milk. And then people are going to probably want to have their own chickens if they're in the country. So as a result, they got to import everything. But if you were an industrious motherfucker, knowing the way climate is going and the way the world is slightly changing its temperatures, you'd be heading up to the southern part of Alaska right now to buy a big piece of fucking land to put up a fucking dairy farm with a processing plant so you can start selling milk for $5 a liter or $10 a liter as opposed to the 15 or 20 they're paying for the imported shit. And Alaskans would buy it because it'd be a local brand, and they're very big on supporting Alaskan business.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. But it's weird. It's like some things up there they have to import, so they're very expensive.
Yeah,
And some things they don't, so they're pretty cheap. So like I said, if you want smoked salmon, grilled salmon, fish, I mean, that you can get all day.
Oh, it's the same in British Columbia, dude. You fucking pay like $10 for a brick of cheese that costs you $5 in the East, but your smoked salmon that costs $30 in the East costs $15 there. You know what I mean? Because there's just so much.
So it just depends what you want to live on, you know.
Yep.
Guinea pig and chicken farm might be the wave of the future. Well, the whole reason Europeans brought guinea pigs over was to eat them. And then for some reason, people decided, F that, we're going to make them pets. Because, you know, Europeans, if we're not colonizing and conquering your ass, we're making pets out of something that we probably shouldn't be. You know, but in South America, the tribes that we got the guinea pigs from, they raised them to eat them. I mean, that's the whole point of a guinea pig.
The southern states had a similar problem with kudzu.
Oh, yeah. Kudzu is so bad. And it's funny, too, because when you drive from Florida to Kentucky, when you get to Georgia and a little bit of Tennessee, there's kudzu everywhere. Or South Carolina, and as soon as you cross that mountain range, you'll never see it again.
What the fuck is kudzu?
It's some kind of like vine that grows all over everything.
Yeah. And
Like
it
it'll
was
grow up a tree and just kill a tree. It just covers everything like a blanket of green leaves.
it's easily grown, and it was brought into there are several reasons. One, you know, apparently it's edible, and so you know it was
Never
brought
heard of
in
anybody.
like during World War II.
It was one of the smart ideas we had to import some bullshit, and it got way out of hand.
Yeah, and it just couldn't. It was just an invasive species, and it just started spreading.
And it's got an interlocking root system, so even if you mow it all down and shit, unless you dig up every single bit of that shit, it will come back. You know what I mean?
It will come back.
It's really hardy. But like I said, as soon as you cross from the east side of Appalachia into Kentucky, you'll never see any kudzu anywhere because it gets too cold.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I got to go work calls, so I will talk to y'all later. But thank you for the time.
Hey, thank
See you later, Bear.
Be good.
Panel, do you think the West can make a return to its pre-COVID price cost? I hope so. We'll see. It's like I was talking to someone the other day, and they were asking about like inflation and shit like that. And it's like, no one can answer to me why inflation has to happen. You know, it's like, I don't understand it. You know, it's like, why does inflation have to happen? It's not based on supply and demand. So what the F is it? Now, I've heard it has to do with the National Reserve and however much they're charging to give us, because the National Reserve is not part of the federal government, the Federal Reserve, and apparently they charge us money for our money. So if we need them to print $1 million, then we owe them money for that $1 million, right? And somehow all of that fiat bullshit, and pretty much our economy for the longest, since Jekyll Island, has been a weird Ponzi scheme. Yeah, fractional reserve banking is a big part of it. That's where they take a lot of different assets that are worth different values, and then they crush them all together into one thing. So you have like assets that are worth a ton and they're safe, but then they put C's in there, and then you invest in the A, but then the C's and the B's bottom out and drag the A's down, and you lose everything. And add to that the fact that the US dollar isn't actually worth anything. Like, it's not backed by anything. It's a piece of paper that says, trust me, bro. You know, that's basically it. There's kudzu here, and we're further north than the northernmost part of Kentucky. Well, maybe it's Appalachia just don't like kudzu, because I've never seen any kudzu in the mountains, Anderson.
Well, I know it's in the Tennessee Valley there in Chattanooga where I grew up. It was all over the place.
Yeah, Tennessee was full of it. That's why I'm saying it was weird, because I was pointing it out all the way up to my wife. It's like as soon as we went into Kentucky, it was just none.
I think the Smokies though make a natural barrier for it. I don't think it's grown on the east side.
Maybe it just can't grow on rocks, and that's pretty much all eastern Kentucky.
Oh no! I've seen that shit grow up and live on bricks. It can grow on anything.
Right. So, not your echo. Yeah, maybe we should get rid of the "In God We Trust" and just put "Trust Me, Bro" on all of the U.S. money, because it ain't worth shit. Even the Russian ruble is back on the gold standard. So, you know, that's pretty much helped them out with any fears of inflation and shit. And no matter how many sanctions we put on them, they just make more money because their money's actually worth something. If you got 10,000 rubles, you've got 10,000 rubles worth of actual gold. If you got $10,000, you've got $10,000 worth of trust me, bro. This might be worth something tomorrow or not. You know, we are very, very much similar to the Weimar Republic at this point. You know, the next thing you know, people will be like wallpapering their house in like US banknotes, you know, and trading wheelbarrows full of money for like potatoes and shit. Well, maybe not now, but we could easily have went that way.
Disney?
Right on the ridge of Appalachia. Anderson, do you just got to be freaking argumentative? I mean, I don't know where you live, so maybe you got a ton of kudzu. I'm just telling you, didn't see not a bit of it in Kentucky. But Kentucky is a special place, a very special place. Probably the most special place in all of the Union.
Disney?
I know Texans love Texas, but I'm telling you right now. What?
Disney did an excellent episode with DuckTales about it. Basically, the scientist guy, he invented a duplicating machine. It's basically a ray gun, and whatever you hit it with, it doubled. And the boys thought it would be a great idea to do it on their money. So they shot their money, and it doubled the money. You know, so they had more money to go play at the arcades. Well, Scrooge found out about it, and he's like, "Oh, this is a horrible idea. All my money's going to be worthless."
So DuckTales actually tried to explain to kids how the economy works.
And the drawback is at a certain frequency, if a certain frequency was hit, the money would double. The money that was already doubled would double again. So like every time the doorbell rang, you know, a quarter, that quarter that you made into 2 quarters, that other quarter would turn into another quarter. And of course, those 2 quarters would turn into 2 more quarters. So basically it was burying the whole city.
I mean, that's like in Dungeons and Dragons. People never, and we've talked about this, people never take into account how you would destroy the economy if the player character group rolled into a town with like, you know, a bag with 1,000 gold pieces in it. I mean, that economy would crush immediately. Like beers would go from being, you know, a brass piece or whatever to like 5 silver. And then all the people who were working as farmers wouldn't be able to afford anything because all the prices would be increased to try to get the money from the adventurers. And it would probably end pretty bad. which is why I'm a huge fan of, in your fantasy role-playing game, tax the shit out of the players. Like when they travel down the King's Road, there's going to be a tax every 10 miles. If they cross a bridge, they're going to pay for it. If whatever, they're going to pay some taxes.
Right.
And that keeps them it keeps them honest. It keeps them from destroying a nation's entire economy just because they killed a dragon. I mean, can you imagine rolling into the capital of the kingdom with like a wagon load of gold? It'd just be like, yeah, we're richer than the king now.
Yeah. But I mean,
I'm learning a lot about Daniel Boone's kid. Imagine Monica Lewinsky winning the presidency. Yeah, part 2. Well, like Kamala Harris's husband in a thing was saying that, you know how Kamala is? When there's work to be done, she puts her head down and goes to work or some shit like that. And it's like, ooh. Side topic, was MERP good? MERP was amazing, not your echo. Now,
what's
since
MERP?
it's not super Middle-earth role-playing by Iron Crown Enterprises, since it's not easy to get your hands on, the One Ring is an amazing alternative if you want to play in Middle-earth specifically. But back in the day when Iron Crown Enterprises still existed, Middle-earth role-playing was the shit. Like all of their source books, absolutely amazing. Is like they had the complete and full support of the Tolkien family, and so basically for the longest time, whatever Iron Crown Enterprise was writing about Middle-earth was canon. It was but then they did what all game creators do, and that is make incredibly bad business decisions and managed to drive themselves into the ground, and that was that. Same thing with West End Games. They made the Star Wars games, and for the longest times, they were considered to be canon. If West End Games wrote a player's guide that had a shit ton of stuff about droids or whatever, that was canon. George Lucas and those guys were literally reading West End Games source books when they were, thinking about writing other movies and shit. But then the owner of West End Games decided to invest all of his money into imported Italian luxury shoes for men. And didn't work out. So his company went over. And then Game Designers Workshop, the original creators of Traveler and half a dozen other really great games, they also, just freaking ran themselves into the ground. I mean, it's almost like, and TSR, of course, you got to mention TSR, ran themselves into the ground. It's almost as if the guys who can create really good role-playing games should not run businesses. Because, it's like they don't do it. Stills ambition. What a time to be alive. We have got the gamers, the Muslims, the Latinos, women, black guys, all united. Yep. And everybody, they're trying to shame the women. But I was talking to my wife, and I was like, if you're a single cat lady, yeah, you might vote for Kamala based on abortion or some shit. But if you're a mom of 3 trying to make a check stretch to feed your kids and stuff like that, you're not voting for Kamala. So all of these people thinking that they're going to win over the female vote, like as much as they were hoping, it was like, did you forget that most of the women in America are wives and mothers and got kids, and if the price of milk goes up $4, they fill it. You know, their husband's working his ass off. They're working their ass off because, you know, you barely can survive in America without double income. And then women are the ones who predominantly handle the finances of the home. See, guys come home, they give the woman the check, they pay some bills or something. And then the woman's the one that drags herself to the grocery store and has to actually eyeball the prices. And when you start worrying about being able to feed your kids, yeah, you're not going to vote for that, no matter how much they talk abortion, abortion, abortion. Because the simple fact of the matter is, I don't think most women really give a shit about abortion. Like, I know a big portion of women do care about abortion, but I think the majority of women could give an F. I think the majority of women, and it might be a slim majority, would much rather have cheap gas and eggs and shit like that, milk, you know, cheap rent, the ability to buy a house, that sort of thing, you know. And even if they are pro-abortion, abortion's like five things down the list. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the fifth thing they're worried about. The first thing they're worried about is feeding those kids, you know? I agree, Anderson. And unless those ladies stop doing that and confess and repent, they will pay for it. You know, scripture is very, very clear on that. I mean, I'm not going to say I ever support it, but I'm going to say that I understand there could be a situation where you felt like you had to do it. But if you're one of these women that's like getting 12 abortions and bragging about it, nah, you've crossed the line now, you know, because it's supposed to be rare and tragic. You know, it should be something like they say, you know, underage, incest, grapage, that sort of thing. It shouldn't be I like getting raw dogged all the time. And rather than take birth control, I just go out and, you know, have an unborn fetus sacrificed to the demon Moloch. No, that's not cool. That's not cool. There's always so much talk about body autonomy, right? Until they want you to take experimental drugs. And then all of a sudden, there's no bodily autonomy. You know, you're going to do it, which I didn't do it. So I'm a pure blood. So there you go.
There's an old TV show starring Ted Danson called Becker. And he ran he was a doctor, ran a clinic in like the bad part of town, you know. And he was in there, he was talking with this one girl and a pregnancy scare or something like that. And she was one of those who were very promiscuous and didn't take any birth control, didn't, you know, really think about who she went to bed with. He said, look, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take Velcro and glue them to the inside of your legs. And anytime you hear this noise, and he rips his blood pressure cuff apart, you know, the Velcro. Anytime you hear that noise, stop and think about what you're doing. I was like, that's what we need.
Dude, they would never put that on TV today.
Yeah.
People would lose their mind. But
and don't get me wrong, guys are just as culpable. I mean, you know,
but aren't they though?
Yes. I'm sorry, but you know, it takes two to tango. It's not just her.
It takes two to tango, but only one person in that relationship is guarding the gate. I mean, unless it's some SA situation going on.
Look, no,
the sex ain't happening unless the chick says it is. And the baby will be born if the chick says it's going to be born, whether the man wants it or not. So the man can want the baby and the woman can tell him to get straight bent and not have it. Or the woman can want the baby and the may not want it. And again, the man gets told to get bent, and plus you're going to owe me $18 of child, or 18 years worth of child support.
Look, here's the thing. It takes two to tango. So whenever it comes to the deed, they are both equally culpable unless one forced themselves on the other.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about two grown adults making a decision, doing the deed. Okay. They are
Right.
both culpable. And the
Which
end
means
result
take
of that
responsibility.
action, they are still both culpable. Now,
Right.
if she says, "Hey, I'm pregnant and I'm going to go get an abortion," and he says, "Wait. Look, just carry the baby to term, and then you sign over the parental rights to me. I will take and raise that baby." She says, "No, I'm getting an abortion." Then his hands are clean. He did what he could do, short of kidnapping her for 9 months and making her tying her to a bed for 9-10 months and
Like
making
orphans
her
do.
give birth, which is going to cause a whole different set of problems. But he did everything he was legally he could legally do to try and save that baby. Then his hands are clean. But if she says, "I'm pregnant, I'm getting an abortion," and he's like, "Okay, I'll drive for you there, I'll pay for it," then yes, they are both culpable. If he doesn't do anything, if he said,
Well, I'm not even talking
your
about
body,
the
your
morality
choice, that
of
sort of thing, then he is just as culpable.
I'm not even talking about the morality of it. I'm talking about the legality. If the man doesn't want it, he has no say at all. If he does want it, he has no say at all. Therefore, a man and a woman could hook up at a bar. Man could accidentally drop seed. And then the next thing you know, woman's got a baby. She decides she's going to keep it. And the dude cannot opt out. He can't say, "I don't want to be a father. I'm going to sign some paperwork. This kid is a 100% your kid. I don't want nothing to do it. I'm actually going to leave the state," etc. He cannot do that because he knocked her up, whether on purpose or not, probably not.
Yeah.
He will be culpable for 18 years of child support.
Well, yes, but
Whereas the woman can
but
decide
that's
what she wants to do with it at any time.
that's a fringe.
Hey, I live in
that's on the fringe. I'm talking about the more common the more common scenario. There's always going to be the fringe of this out here. It's like he didn't want the baby and wanted to sign away his rights. Even then, he's still culpable. Whether he wanted the rights or not, he's still responsible for that life that he helped bring into the world.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. Why isn't he responsible? Because again, the law is not fair. If the
100%
situation
agree.
were opposite, she didn't want it. She can get rid of it whether he wants it or not. He has no say. But if he don't want it, she can keep it whether he don't want it or not. He has zero say. And that's what I'm saying. So you can get trapped into, like was set up there, 18 years of child support by some hooker. And what if she lied to you and said she was on birth control?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
so
that's why you always wrap it before
Now,
you tap it. Now I know
guys,
that the only 100% is abstinence, but still,
well,
that's
the thing.
No one person should.
There's another.
Whenever it comes to protection, each person
married.
should protect themselves.
That's the real option is get married and only have sex with your wife. And if you have kids, well, you have kids. That's the option.
Again, that's the only 100% safe way of doing it. There's no other 100% safe way. However, people going to do what people going to do.
Drake was that freaking Drake was in the Diddy parties too. They got pictures of him. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about a device that can turn a male's semen off or whatever. I would just say, hey, stop being whores. And I mean that to both the men and the women. I'm not like targeting one particular sex here. I would tell everyone, stop being whores. Extramarital sex is not good for you. It might feel good at the moment, but in the long run, it's not good. And studies have shown that overly promiscuous women will develop a mental issue where they cannot even be married. And how could you? If you've had 50 dudes run through you and then you meet a nice guy and you marry him, you're telling me one of those 50 dudes didn't bang you out better than your husband? And you're going to be thinking about that horse-cocked son of a bitch every time your husband tries to please you. And eventually you'll get bored of him because you're used to just getting railed out all the time, and you'll leave him. I mean, statistically, it is a fact that women with low body counts have successful marriages. Whereas women, the larger the body count, the less likely you are to be able to keep a marriage together. Because having a very promiscuous sex life literally mentally affects women. Men, it doesn't, because we compartmentalize everything. A guy can sleep with 100 chicks, meet the one he loves, and be loyal to that chick till the end of time. Or he could just be a cheating bastard. It happens.
Yeah.
But for women, it's an actual psychological issue. Yeah, every partner she has damages her ability to bond. Now, if a virgin marries a dude, even if he's mid at the sex game, she thinks he's the best she's ever had. So,
It's just then it's our fault.
well, yeah, we're the ones that let these idiots run amok.
The reason Donald Trump won was white women voters.
I told you the other day, baby. They keep counting on the women. They forget that half the women are married and try to feed families. And if you,
Women voters are the reason Kamala
oh yeah,
won. And I'm
the second the white women voters walked in a grocery mart and saw eggs were $9.99 for an 18-pack, fucking the Democrats lost. You know what I mean?
No.
And they're thinking, I've got some little ones at home and I'm trying to feed them. My husband's working his ass off. My husband and me are both working our ass off and we can't afford corned beef. Get the
I will
fuck
tell
out of
you.
here.
I will tell you
I'm still
what made
pissed
the
off about the
Democrats
corned beef.
lose. I guarantee you, the second I heard this, I knew for a fact
But I mean,
Kamala was going to lose. Is when they pissed off the fucking Amish.
oh, that's why I started this whole thing out saying, when the Amish start hooking the horses to the buggies to roll into town and vote, you know you done effed up. Because they almost never vote because they just don't want to be a part of it. But this time they were like, nope, we're voting. And
When
they
you see an
all
Amish
voted.
buggy going down the road and it has a Trump 2024 flag on the back, it's like, you done fucked up.
You done fucked up.
Because there's
The
like
nicest
no
people in the
precedence for
world
it.
Who mind their own
They've always
business.
minded their own business. You know, you left them alone. They minded their
leave you
own business, and there was
just
no
wanna work
precedence for it. So
16 hours a day.
there's nothing to do to prepare for it. You didn't know. I mean, you know, if you had a half a brain cell, you could put two and two together. But you get thousands of Amish, especially in the Pennsylvania area, where it was a key
Oh, they
state.
owned Lancaster County.
Yeah. I mean, Pennsylvania's a key state, and you just pissed off
You
well
just
over
pissed
half
off
of the
the
population
Amish,
there.
and there are literally tens of thousands of those guys up there. And every election, you never see them, but this one, they were showing up. Let's see what we got going on. Raptor, what's up, bro? Never count on a woman. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I believe in that. I trust my wife. She's awesome. Do they use paper ballots? I guess they use whatever they're forced to use. But the fact of the matter is, they loaded the buggies up and they showed up. Lots of them. Lots
Yeah.
of them. You
The
could almost
Amish-
say the Amish may have been responsible for flipping PA.
The Amish will use modern conveniences
I told you.
if necessary. Like they won't own it, but they will.
And I told you why. My
Like
wife is
if you
saying
hire
something.
them to build a barn, you have a rally point, and you can load them up on a bus and take them to where whatever it is going to be built.
Or
Build,
if you're close
but they
enough,
won't
they'll
own
just
the
come
bus.
on
They
down.
won't use the bus themselves.
Yeah, a lot of
Some
times they'll
Amish
just come on
communities-
down. They'll set up a lunch banquet while the men are building the barn. The women will be setting up some potato salad and whatever.
Yeah,
And it's a good time for everybody.
but
You know?
yeah. Well, I mean,
they're not going to put the planking on the barn, but they'll put the actual structure up.
right.
And then it's up to you to go ahead and put.
Well, there's a guy. There's a guy I follow, Eli Yoder.
Eli, that's such an Amish name.
Yeah, well, he was Amish. He was Amish. He left the Amish community, and he tells a lot of their dirty secrets. Like a lot of them, you can hire them to like build a barn on your property, and they'll come and they'll bring their hand tools, but then you show them your power tools. You sneak that stuff around behind the back, and they'll use the power tools. The Amish will use the power tools, but they'll do it where nobody else will see them. And they sneak phones. He's got a large Amish following because they'll sneak cell phones in there. If they get caught with it, they're in trouble with the church and all that. But yeah, it's like they'll use it. They'll use modern technology.
You know what? You will never hear me say anything negative about the Amish.
I'm not saying it.
I've dealt with them in Kentucky. You just head up towards Ohio, and you're going to find them.
I got kinfolk up in Indiana, Ohio. I know.
And they are.
I'm not.
good people.
I'm not going to badmouth them because they're people too. There's good ones and there's bad ones.
Well, but even their
I'm
bad
not going to.
ones
I'm not
aren't
talking
even
shit
bad.
about them. I'm just stating what I've been told by
If
a
the
former
worst
Amish.
thing you can say about somebody is sometimes every now and then they sneak a phone or use a power tool, I mean, it's like, okay.
Oh no, there's worse stories. The guy, his father was a drunk.
Doppelganger. Good to see you, man.
He was a drunk. He got in trouble with the church a lot because he kept getting drunk. He ended up his father ended up committing suicide.
Amish online because how would they know? That's funny. Some Amish are allowed to use gas powered tools. Well, you have Mennonites, and then under the Mennonite umbrella, you've got like Quakers, Amish, there's like
Mennonites. Mennonites.
Yeah. Well, no, Mennonite is like the big umbrella. And then you've got a bunch of things under it.
But
yeah. So some of them do use electricity. They still live that way though, like freaking 16 hours of work a day. Stuff like shakers are one. Yeah. The candlestick makers just rhymes, which I appreciate a good rhyme.
The Quakers make excellent notes.
Shakers, Amish. I'd have to look it up, but just rest assured, there's a couple sects of them.
Yeah,
and they all sometimes they just got different rules about what's what, and that's fine, But yeah, but my wife came in to say what really turned the election around, according to what she's watching on the news, was the angry white mama vote. Because the Democrats were apparently hoping for a huger turnout of white women to vote for Kamala, and it did not appear. Instead, apparently, a huge percentage of the white women voted Trump. And that's what I was telling you and what I told her. Well, a large percentage of white women are mamas, and they're trying to pay for their kids. And when you make shit expensive, they're the ones that are most affected. They're the ones that got to look at it, because a lot of guys, like, I'll go grocery shopping with my wife if I just want to get out and walk around. But most of the time she goes. She handles the finances on that, right? I give her some money for groceries. She goes buys groceries, right? So she's the one that's looking at the price of bacon. And she's the one that knows it went up $4 for the pack of bacon we normally buy, right? So that shit's in her brain. And if you think that she don't think about that when she's walking into the voting booth, you're insane. And I'll bet you every married woman, kids or no, that has a budget to stretch to keep a household running, they're thinking about that shit, you know? And then you ask them abortion, and even if they're like, I am pro-abortion, that shit's like fourth down the list. They're more worried about gasoline and everything else. I mean, I repeat myself, but sometimes you got to. Oh, yes, I've heard about that. The whole, every now and then they'll invite they call them English where I'm from. They will invite English to knock up women so that they can make sure to not get inbred. So, yeah. Hey, I'll catch you whenever I catch you, Prime. You know, keep ducking and weaving, bro. You type as if you're drunk. Well, the question then becomes, are you drunk? I mean, if you're off work and you're imbibing just a little celebratory whatever, I'm not going to judge you. You know? It's not my place to do any judgments. So, me, if it wasn't so bad for me and unhealthy, who knows? I might be doing some vodka shots right now. But I ain't trying to bit of Irish cream in the coffee today. Well, there you go. Some Baileys. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. So, yeah, you know what, George? That would be smart if you had like an Amish community that had a couple of empty houses on site and would sell like a week or a month or however long, come and live as an Amish person for this period of time. I bet you there's people who would do it. And not only that, there's probably people who would do it and then like it so much that they'd be like, hey, where can I buy my own house and join the community and get baptized and whatever? You know, because let's all be honest, man. I've said this. I will say this a million times. You guys can call me a Luddite or whatever you want, Luddite or whatever you want. But modernity sucks. It's basically us versus the modern world, right? And the modern world hates us. It hates our guts. And what I mean by that is not the actual planet hates us, because that would be crazy, but those who are in power in the modern world hate us. And they don't want to see us do good. They don't want to see us get wealthy or be independent. They want us to be right under their damn thumbs the whole time so that, you know, they can take from us the most valuable thing in the entire world. And the most valuable thing in the entire world is your time. And by making it where you can never break out of the cycle, then they own your time, you know, because you got to work for them. And that's the way you live. So, yeah, the modern world sucks. But we've been distracted by the technology, like even this, you know? So instead of moving out on my property in Kentucky and building a cabin, and I'd have to get septic in because they no longer let you do outhouses up there. They've got pretty strict about that, but and just spending every day just living, surviving, going out, hoeing the tomatoes or whatever, milking cows, living a real life the way humans were intended to. We don't do that. And I think it has a negative effect on us as a species. I think it has a negative effect on us because then we start caring about shit we shouldn't care about. Now, me, the reason I'm so happy most of the time, guys, is I have embraced death. So I'll tell you what, once you get a certain age or not, and you learn to smile at death and not be afraid of dying, it's such a freeing experience. Not being afraid of dying, accepting your mortality, etc., is like, I can't recommend it enough. You will feel better if you just sit down and realize you are going to die. So you might as well embrace it and not be afraid. And then do what you can while you can. And what I'm doing right now, in case you're wondering, is I'm shading some cowboys. Because, yes, I paint all kinds of different figures. So here I've got some cowboys I'm painting. This is a young lady with a double-barrel shotgun, sawed off, and a revolver. And I'm putting shades on them just in case we play Deadlands.
Just in case.
Just in case. But I bought 2 boxes of the Gunfighter box sets that they sell on Amazon. Put them together, and those guys were awesome to put together. And each set came with so many spare parts that I started mixing and matching the extra parts from the Gunslinger box with the parts from the Stargrave sci-fi box. So literally I was having like cowboy bodies, but with las pistols and, sci-fi guys, but, with like rope or a revolver or, I was mixing and matching all kinds of stuff, and, they fit together perfectly. So it was a lot of fun. It was some of the most fun I've ever had. Now, I just recently found out, and of course, I've already 3D printed one, that Mantic is putting out Halo figures. So I'm going to have to see how they look because I've already 3D printed like a platoon of ODST guys. I don't know where I put them, but I'm sure you can trust me. Yeah, I've got like a platoon of ODST guys. Because to me, I like ODST way better than Spartans or any of that other bullshit. And I love the freaking commercial for ODST. I've actually played it on the channel before. I love it so much. I don't know if Nerdy Ogre ever saw it, but
No, I don't think so.
that's unfortunate. But I remember when Halo was absolutely amazing, and you could run around teabagging each other and talking so much mad shit in the lobby, and get like yelled at names by 12-year-olds. But then all you do is you just freaking tell them they're adopted. That would piss them off so bad. You just they talk shit and you're just like, you're adopted. And if they're like, what? You're like, you're adopted. How do you know? Because I'm your biological dad. And then they get all freaking bent out of shape, start calling you the N-word and all the other words. And you just be laughing at them. I mean, Xbox Live used to be lit as hell, man. You'd go on there and it'd just be hilarious. And getting accused of being a hacker like every other game. Like, I'm not hacking, asshole. I'm just better than you at this. You know? I mean, just because I've killed you a bunch of times and you haven't killed me does not mean I'm hacking. You know? You've got to think, maybe you suck. Because the first step in getting better at a first-person shooter is realizing you suck. And then once you realize you suck, then you can try not to suck. You know, you can learn things. Like if you're playing Battlefield 3 or 4, never full auto with an assault rifle if you're playing the assault kit. Because you're never going to hit anything. Fire 2 to 3 round burst. That is it. Otherwise, you're just never going to hit anyone. And everyone's going to think you're a noob. Because they're going to be like, look at this asshole. Firing full auto across the board. And I'll just center mass him and put 3 rounds into him and he's dead. Because those people don't understand the way the game mechanics work. Which is basically the weapon will hit where you're aiming with the first round. And then every round after that, your cone of accuracy gets larger. So as long as you keep it down to like 2-3 rounds, you'll hit every time. But if you go full auto, your accuracy cone gets so big that literally you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Well, that's what there's a game, Counter-Strike.
It works the same way.
Play eons ago, and there, when you first started out, everybody did it. I don't care what you said. If you played the game, you did this. But the first couple of rounds, you didn't buy any weapons. You saved up your you saved up your money, and then you buy the big old machine gun, the M60 or the M60, and then you could shoot through the walls. Problem was accuracy. I mean, if you hit somebody, they were dead. Plain
Right.
right. That. But the accuracy was, well, shit.
Old school Counter-Strike was just like a hacker's delight. You'd have people bunny hopping around, one-shotting people halfway across the map with the freaking AWP.
Yeah.
It was like, get out of here. I learned a lot of Russian playing Counter-Strike. Like Suka Bliat. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Suki. Because a lot of Russians play. And for whatever reason, I don't know what is up with my Russian Orthodox brothers, but they love to cheat. Like if you log into a server, and it doesn't matter what it is, if it's a first-person shooter server and there's a bunch of Russians there, they're all hacking. And it's not because they're good. They're legit hacking, you know? Like you get killed with a dagger and no one's near you, and the guy who did it all of a sudden auto kills your whole team with a knife and laughs at you, and it's like, and then they get banned. Yeah, that was the original Baltec record shirt. So let me see something here. This is something that aggravates me a little bit. Not for any great. Okay, the reason this aggravates me is because it's like, why can't we have this? You know, like, why does Hollywood keep making shitty movies when they could make this?
Rated M for mature.
Flundi eni orbiri gal anwirialse ibitni an eindrehi vadi Ride of line ranu till Nagui the flundi heni orbidi gal anveriasti right of line ranu Nagui Godale Vigoduni.
Now that game came out like 15 years ago and it has better effects and shit than like modern sci-fi being put out. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's just the trailer to a game. It's like, okay, take that, find a way to make it an hour and 20 minutes long, and I'm watching it. Make it 45 minutes long and make a season out of it. I'm watching it.
Yeah.
You know, but for some reason they can't do it. It's like, compare
Because it's not
that
pushing
to
the narrative.
compare that to any Disney Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that trailer has more shit going on in it without saying anything than the last couple of Star Wars series. It's like, so why they can't do that, I don't know, but for some reason they can't. It apparently is.
It has to push an agenda.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. But yeah, I have always, me and my daughter argue about that because she's a Spartan fangirl. And I'm always like, no, ODST every time. And she's like, why ODST? And I'm like, because they're just normal guys. They're not genetically enhanced, you know, they're just normal guys.
That's why when playing 40K, I play Imperial Guard.
That's why I play Imperial Guard
genetically altered human being. They're your average human being pushed into a war that they probably would have nothing to do with if
up to them. They probably would have liked to avoid it. Yeah. Not too many humans, except for Death Corps of Krieg, are going to volunteer to go get ate by giant alien bugs. But yeah, BattleTech. Need to get some BattleTech going and post it on my channel. Hungar and my mother will be visiting in a couple weeks. I don't know, a few weeks, I should say. Whenever, and so you guys will see some actual BattleTech being played. And if I can talk him into it, you might see some Alpha Strike. But definitely you'll see BattleTech. It'll be probably 250 point lances, 30-25 tier 1 rules, because I don't play any of that later edition stuff. And I'm not going to sit here and hate on it, even though it would be really easy to do so. I'm just going to say I don't play that. You know, I'm like Homie the Clown, and Homie don't play that. But if that's your gig and that's what you like and you want to play during the rebellion era, the clan era, the whatever era, well, you know, any Baltec's better than no Baltec. Damn, my ship's just falling apart over here. I need to get the engineer and be like, was that part of my ship that just fell off? Like Malcolm Reynolds. Start bitching about it. That better not have been part of my ship. It was though. But anyway, no. The point there was, yeah. You look at some of the old video game commercials, the trailers for like Halo, Battlefield, whatever, and it's like, okay, why can't you make a movie half as good as this? Does my mom play Baltec? She does not. She really don't play. Okay, she loves Splendor and she loves Carcassonne. I think that's. Oh, and she loves Mansions of Madness, 2nd edition. Yeah, she's more of a board gamer now. Whereas like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, she would play role-playing games, but just not something that interests her anymore. She just don't do it. So, and that's fine. I mean, that's okay. You know, whatever. I wish she would still join us for role-playing games, but she don't. But she'll sit down and play Carcassonne all night, or Splendor, or I mean, my wife comes from a family with a very big tradition of board games and card games. Like every time we get together with her family, like my father-in-law or whatever, it's going to be a weekend of drinking and playing games. And so another favorite is Sequence, which is kind of like Connect 5, but on a board with cards. I have the game Ennis and I have the game Scythe. Occasionally we'll get a group to play that. Arkham Horror. I've got all of everything for that. Thanks to my niece. She bought it all for me for Christmas, and we'll play that. I mean, if we know we want to play a game for like 2 hours or so, though, it'll be like Mansions of Madness, which the 2nd edition is basically like playing Call of Cthulhu, except the computer's the game master. So it's not as cool as playing Call of Cthulhu with a good game master, but it's pretty cool, you know, because you can move your character around and like investigate shit and try and pick locks and gather up equipment if you find it. So, you know, and get killed by, you know, a star spawn, go insane, etc. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good stuff, right? And yeah, they both of the ladies in my life are big fans of that, which is weird because, as I've said before, my wife nor my mother likes anything written by H.P. Lovecraft. They both consider it to be too dark, too nihilistic, and just like the good guys never win, etc., etc., etc. That's kind of their argument about it, because they want to play or read books where the good guys win. And I mean, unless you're reading like Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, that is simply not going to be your experience with H.P. Lovecraft most of the time, right? So, yeah, when I bought the game originally, because the guys at the local comic shop are like, this game is really hard. And most people lose this game. Like, you are 60 to 70% likely to lose any game you play of this game. And I was like, Well, my wife would love that. And I bought it and brought it home, and she saw it was an H.P. Lovecraft game, and she was not happy. She was like, I hate H.P. Lovecraft, blah, blah, blah. And then I explained to her, I was like, look, this is an investigative game where you get to pick a character and move around, you know, tiles that represent terrain or roads or buildings or whatever the hell, depends on the adventure. And you get to try and figure things out and do puzzles and all that. And she was all like, well, I'll give it a try, you know, since you spent $90 for it. And I was like, okay. And she gave it a try and loved it. Loved it. She was like, oh my God, this is such a good game. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, so why don't you ever, you know, why don't you like H.P. Lovecraft? She's like, his writing's too dark. But in this game, she claims she actually has a chance to have an effect on the story. And apparently for her, that's a big deal. The fact that she has a, you know, she has a chance to win and stop whatever the cosmic horror is that's currently trying to destroy the world or whatever, you know. Because she wants to be the good guy. She's the kind of person who can watch scary movies, but she hates scary movies where the bad guy wins. You know, so, well, Lovecraft's writing is very nihilistic. The whole point is he's trying to spread hopelessness. You know, that's what the stories are all about. The absolute hopelessness of being a human in this universe. Because everything else out there is bigger than you, stronger, smarter, has better technology, whatever, right? And I don't know. I for some reason I can read Lovecraft and not get blackpilled by it. But I guess for some people, yeah, they just don't like it, you know, and that's okay. There's, you know, nothing wrong with that. Like, she's not a huge fan of Berserk, but she'll sit and let me watch it, even though in her mind, it's just not, you know, because Berserk can be a little bit nihilistic too, you know? And, but she'll tolerate it. She thought Frerin was okay. Yeah, embrace the suck. That's basically it. Funny, but that's like an infantry saying too. I think even the Marines use that saying. Embrace the suck. Yeah, that's what you say when you've got to do a job and it starts storming. You know, the rain starts coming down sideways. Instead of complaining, you just say, embrace the suck, brothers. And then you keep on going. But yeah, every time I watch that ODST trailer, I ask myself, why doesn't Lucasfilm hire whoever did that? Hire those people and then have them make your next Star Wars movie or make a Halo movie if you want. Whatever you're going to do, just have them do it. And shut your mouth and let them do it the way they want to do it, right? If they want to do the movie in Polish, which was the language they were speaking in the movie or in the trailer, let them. Put some freaking, you know, anytime someone's speaking Polish, put some freaking stuff underneath it. I mean, everyone don't speak Polish. It just so happened that that ODS team school did. You know? I mean, it's all of Earth versus the Covenant, right? That's the deal. So, of course, you're going to have some badass Slavs jumping out of starships directly into battle with, technologically superior aliens. That's just, that's just the way it's got to be. Yep. Yep. And like my drill sergeant used to say, if it's not raining, we're not training. Because I understand now that I'm an older man. The point of it is to make you comfortable with being uncomfortable. It's like anything you do. It sucks at first, but eventually you get comfortable with it sucking, and then it don't suck. It's weird how life goes like that, right? You rise above it, and then you can do whatever you want to do. So, yep. Embrace the suck. Get used to it. And, yeah. But, yeah, the return of the king. So we got Trump back. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. I got like 12 phone calls this morning from people that I hang out with, people in my game group, relatives, all being like, thank God. Did you hear the news? Whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I heard. And they're all like, so happy right now. And I'm like, cool. My wife will probably calm down because she got way into politics this time around. I don't know if she could feel how important this was. Like in her brain, she was like, this shit is super important and so important. Welcome back.
Hey, I'm going to have to bounce out.
Bounce away, my good man.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do a HEB run.
I don't know what that is, but be safe.
It's a grocery store here in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like a Publix run.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, you know that.
See you later.
Yep.
Nice chatting with you. Nice chatting with y'all guys in chat.
Yeah.
See y'all later.
Yeah. Hungar should have made it to Kentucky by now, which means if he's done talking with Mom for a little bit, he should have joined the chat. But he's probably up there celebrating with our parents because they are very, very much Trump supporters. So imagine being the kind of voter that's like, I get to choose. Do I want World War III or abortion? How to vote. I'm telling you, these young single women are stupid. Thank God I found a good one in my age category when I did. Because, if you're a woman and that was like your single issue was whether or not you could terminate a baby at any time during the pregnancy, and you weren't worried about a possible nuclear war or something like that, all I could say is, God, dog, you're pretty freaking selfish, aren't you? It's like, I don't care if a bunch of young men die in a war. I'm more concerned with my ability to kill young men in my uterus. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm primering the parts of the Starship that are going to be yellow, which means I got to go over the black with white. But then I'll do the yellow when I have to start from a darker color. is Averland Sunset, followed by the brighter yellow that I want, which is usually going to be like a Bad Moon Yellow or, Sunflower Yellow or something like that. And then also I'm going to make up my mind whether I want to put any yellow highlights or details on any part of this. Like these black areas I could do chevrons on or whatever, Still haven't made up my mind how to paint the fighter. I primered it white, and I was almost very tempted to. I have some Nerdcore paint, and it's like purple metallic. And I was very seriously considering painting up like a good chunk of it in purple. So, why? Because I love purple. It's my favorite color. Actually, I think red is my favorite color, but purple's super close. But I do paint a lot of red stuff. I am a huge fan of that too. I mean, I've got like 10,000 points of Blood Angels for Horus Heresy, so I've painted a lot of red, fellas. Gentlemen, I've painted a lot of red. And a lot of gold, too, because I got Sanguinius up there looking down on me with his flaming sword. That's right. And I got a bunch of the True Scale Mark III Space Marines for my Blood Angels. And then since I'm never going to play the Blood Angels in a tournament or anything, I 3D printed a bunch of the Blood Angel specific Mark III heads. The ones that are like smooth with just slits in them. And got to feed the pets. Feed them. Feed those pets. So my Blood Angels are all like super Blood Angel-y. I made sure to print out shoulder pads that had the correct Horus Heresy and symbolism on them and everything. And then just for fun, I printed out a bunch of Ryan Gosling heads and Donald Trump heads. And so some of my sergeants and officers have either Trump or Ryan Gosling heads. Because, somebody for whatever reason, and you can never tell with some people, but somebody took Ryan Gosling's images from Blade Runner 2047 and put it out as like 5 STLs of Agent K, but just the head, and designed to fit on a Space Marine body, which is kind of weird, but at the same time, awesome. And then, of course, the Trump head has always existed for like ever, like as long as 3D printing's been around, the option to 3D print a Trump head has been around. Now, some filthy hippies have done Trump heads that, were not very flattering to the God Emperor. But most of them are just Trump. They're not like trying to be insulting or anything. So that's good. That's good. See, at some point, I'm going to have to paint the inside of this bitch because that's like the drive reactor right there and the different drives connected to this down here. And of course, these are open in case I wanted to put LEDs in and stuff like that. And then this right here, of course, is a hatch so that you can climb up a ladder. See how it's got a ladder? Yeah, you can go up that ladder. The hatch and everything's going to be painted yellow because That's something you want to be very high visibility, right? When you're on an alien world running from the baddies, the last thing you want is to not know where the hatch to get in your spaceship is, right? Man, I wonder how upset my players would be as if when they showed up Sunday expecting to play the One Ring, I handed them a bunch of 2,300 Traveler characters. What do you think? Think they'd be pretty pissed? Stuck this spaceship on the table and said, here's the deal. You all work for the U.S. government and you have been loaned this ship. And the idea is for you to go out on a mission to expand the American arm, you know, and then just make up whatever happens as they go, you know. Like, would they encounter more aliens? They're pretty far away from the freaking Kafir, so that wouldn't be an issue, I don't think. I think that's mostly in the French arm. I mean, because maybe America is doing their own little competition with the French when it comes to the Bayern thing, right? So, you know, since the French are sending the Bayern out to investigate the Serpentis cluster, maybe the U.S. is sending a ship out to investigate something, probably, you know, not as far away. Since I believe from memory, the Bayern project is like 150 light years. And for those of you who are wondering about Old Traveler, that would be 50 parsecs. 50 parsecs. Plus, they're expected to investigate anything that they encounter on the way. So, yeah. So, yeah. It's going to take them a year round trip, I think, is what the mission. I have the box set. As a matter of fact, I have everything for Traveler 2300 because it's my favorite Traveler. That was something, and I'm repeating myself, but that was something that the great Sean Driscoll and I constantly argued about, is because I told him that Traveler 2300 was superior to the normal Traveler setting, and, you know, he somewhat disagreed. But hey, you know, people have a right to be wrong. Now, for those of you who are sitting here listening and you're like, what in the hell is he even talking about? Traveler 2300 is basically sci-fi like Aliens. You know, it's near future, near Earth. You don't jump anywhere. You have a stutter warp drive, which basically kind of tricks the universe into letting you go. We're not arguing about anything today. Show up expecting to play whatever random game, or if they show up expecting to play one game and you did a bait and switch. Yeah, it would definitely be a bait and switch. Now, I know that Hungar would be okay with it because Hungar will play about anything pretty much. But, man, I think my bro Timorin would be pretty upset because he had to fight tooth and nail to convince him to let him play an elf in the One Ring. Thinking of country. Well, I mean, we already talked about the Amish rolling out in force and evil white ladies getting Trump supported and elected. There's not really much to say. I mean, Trump just needs to hide out and not get assassinated until he's sworn in, and then let the fun begin, right? But somebody was saying Zelensky's already talking about going to the peace table. Like the second they heard Trump had won, Zelensky's like, hey, maybe we should talk peace. Yeah, because you ain't getting no money. Yeah, PA won by 200K. Thank you, Amish. That's right. And they usually do not even vote, but they were all like, nope, we're not doing this. Because, like I said, and I know a lot of people thought I was being just hyperbolic, but this wasn't about Republican, Democrat. This wasn't about conservative, progressive. This is about good versus evil, you know, about freedom versus totalitarianism. And what's funny is all the bad stuff that the Democrats tried to accuse Trump of doing was all the shit they were doing, you know? And then that whole line where they're like, Trump threatened to shoot Liz Cheney if he wins. It's like, yeah, you guys are idiots. You don't deserve any votes. I mean, it's obvious that's not what he was saying. And you're lying. And that makes me think you think I'm a dumbass. And so I don't vote for people who think I am a dumbass. You know? So until the Democrats can pull their heads out of their asses and start treating the common man like he's not a complete moron, they're just not getting any votes for me. I mean, you know. So basically the Democrats got who they got, cat ladies and Satanists. Because you want to talk about something controversial. Name me a celebrity that supported Kamala that isn't in some way connected to the Diddy thing. Just one. Maybe Taylor Swift. I'm not even sure Taylor Swift isn't connected to Diddy. It's like, you know, Beyonce and Jay-Z are. Cardi B could be. I don't know. I think she is. Oprah 100% is. It's like, okay, so the Democratic Party's running with a female candidate, and all of the people coming out to support her just happen to be, you know, best buddies with a guy that's being accused of running, you know, child trafficking and sex parties and weird ass shit. Yeah, probably even bigger than Epstein, which I hope they keep their promise. Elon said he's going to make sure that the Epstein list gets released. Let's do it. Let's go. I don't care who you are. If you're on that list, time to go to prison. You know what I'm saying? And if you're on the Diddy list, J-Lo gave a speech telling people to vote for Kamala Harris, and then like a day later fled the country. Yeah, that don't look weird. That don't look weird at all, you know? And now rumors are coming out saying Oprah knew all about that shit the whole time, what was going on. So it's like, okay, that's not cool. That I don't understand. The Oprah angle I don't understand, because help me understand why an old black lady would be aiding and abetting, you know, child trafficking and stuff. Especially if the lady we're talking about is a multi-billionaire. It's not like she needs money or anything. So what's the motivation there? I mean, is it just purely satanic, or, you know, what's up, you know? What is that motivation? Why would somebody with billions of dollars, you know, take that, you know, that course of action? They don't got to. It's not like Oprah needed money or something. And what's her name? The one that used to be married to Bruce Willis. Apparently she's on the list a lot. So it's like, geez, man. But you know, Ricky Gervais told us last time when he gave the speech, his last speech at the Emmys, he's like, you know, you actors don't know anything and you're all friends with Epstein. And everybody wanted to be pissy about it, but you know what? Satan, James, that's why. Yeah, I'm starting to think that you're not wrong, Mr. Anderson. I'm starting to think that the weirdos, and I shouldn't say weirdos, but all the people that were called weirdos back in the day, talking about Pizzagate and weird cults and all that shit, I'm starting to think maybe they were not lying, right? And maybe the stuff they were saying is not as weird as we would have hoped, but is in fact very common, you know? Like the guy who supposedly debunked Pizzagate got arrested for having sex with babies. And no, I don't mean underage girls, you know, 15, 16-year-old girls. I mean literally 1-year-olds. Which, according to the Talmud, is okay because the child won't remember. So, you know, it's not really, I don't want to get into Talmudism all of a sudden, but yeah, I can tell you guys that having studied a little bit on it, it is not necessarily considered to be a horrible thing. So, yeah. Debunked Pizzagate. Arrested for sex with infants. That makes me think that might need to have another look at that guy. Because that's not how you debunk pedophilia. You know? Somebody needs to tell him he's doing it wrong. Yeah, wicked. Wicked's a good word. I like that word, wicked. It's not used enough. And it's also like the whole, you remember that one group of Hollywood people that was like branding themselves and shit? It's like, what is wrong with these people? I mean, I know when I was in the Army, I'm going to take these headphones off. They're making my ears sweat. When I was in the Army, yeah, some of the guys branded like a cross on themselves. Like they bought a cheap metal cross and held it over the stove till it got hot and then dropped it on them somewhere so they would have a cross scar on them. And I thought that was kind of weird, you know. I was like, damn, well, you know. But at least it was a cross or something and they weren't part of a weird sex cult. But, you know, yeah, I am literally coming to the conclusion, and I don't mean thinking about it. I mean thinking it might just be a fact that Hollywood is 100% ran by satanic evil people who are all part of a satanic evil group. And therefore, everyone you see on TV talking shit that's from Hollywood, but there's as good a chance as not that they are part of the satanic evil thing, you know? I mean, Corey Feldman warned us after Corey Haim, and Home Alone kid, he's said some crazy ass shit about satanic cults and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Satanists. That would be the group, Satanists. I know the group you're talking about, but I mean, regardless of what the Pope says, we know what Scripture says. So the Pope recently saying that people can go to heaven even if they're not like believers in Christ and stuff like that. Yeah, noticing things is anti-Semitic. Yeah. Like, it's anti-Semitic to say bad things, even if the bad things are true. Like, it's the weirdest shit. I remember I read the story about this actually, about somebody getting banned from social media, and all they were doing is reading the Talmud. So it's not like they were making shit up. They were literally just reading the book of wisdom. Bergoglio is not a pope. Make no mistake, he is demonically. Yeah, I would believe that. I would believe that. Well, you know what I think, guys, but I won't belabor the point too much. But if you like being Catholic, but you don't like all the bullshit, boy, do I have the deal for you. You can still be Catholic. You just have to become part of the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church. Because that's the full name of the Orthodox Church. It's the Apostolic Catholic Eastern Orthodox Church or something. I always get it wrong. So if you really like, communion and going to confession and all of the cool shit that you might enjoy about being a Roman Catholic, well, you get all that and more in the Orthodox Church. Because for one thing, they do not at all transgress against Scripture. Yeah, the school board meetings where they kick a parent out of the school board meeting for reading books that are actually in the school library. It's like, hold on a minute here. It's like, so you're saying I'm in trouble for reading porn, but this book was in your library. What up with that? And if most of you guys I'm talking to who are, say, getting a little disillusioned with the RCC, if you live near any large-ish town, look in the phone book. You will find an Orthodox church in your area and just go talk to a priest about your concerns and stuff. And the priest will be just like your Roman Catholic priest for the most part. And he and you can sit down and have a chat and you can make up your own mind. And you can make up your own mind whether you are strong enough to be a member of the Orthodox Church. Because let me tell you, it's not easy. But then again, Christ said it wouldn't be. So we shouldn't complain, right? Don't complain. Don't whine. Just do what you got to do. Right? If sometimes you got to fast, if sometimes you got to be vegetarian, if sometimes you shouldn't eat oil or wine for a day or a week, don't whine. Nobody likes a whiner. Just do it. And like I said earlier, it's hard, but after a while it becomes second nature, and then it's easy, and then it's easy. And the best part is, even though we have our kerfluffles, I'm not going to try to argue that there aren't kerfluffles within the Orthodox Church between different patriarchs of here and there. Like some people might side with the Patriarch of Moscow over the Patriarch of Constantinople or whatever. But the reality is that damn it, I think I lost my line reading Anderson's post. Oh, yeah, we have bishops and they might have fluffles about, certain minor church things, not doctrine, because doctrine does not change and will not change. That's just the way it is. There'll not be any changes in doctrine. but we will never have one bishop that can just willy-nilly make shit up as he sees fit, you know, whenever. That is just not a thing that's even possible within the Orthodox Church, you know. Like if some bishop came out and said, hey, guess what, guys? You don't have to be baptized or believe in Christ to go to heaven. Every other bishop in the church would be ripping that guy a new ass so quick. He'd be out of the religion. You know, they might give him a chance to recant his heresy, but yeah, he would be gone so quick, you know, because they would be like, oh, what you just said goes directly against the doctrines of the church, the teachings of Christ, the gospel of Matthew, etc., etc., etc. So you are a heretic. Your ass is gone. And there would be no ands, ifs, buts, or coconuts, as they used to say when I was in like elementary school. The throne of St. Peter. What's weird about the throne of St. Peter is a lot of people argue about the throne of St. Peter is sitting in Rome. Therefore, Rome must have primacy. And they forget that St. Peter was the bishop of Antioch for like 3 or 4 years before he moved to Rome. So an interesting question could be, shouldn't Antioch be the primary Roman Catholic Orthodox place, since that's where St. Peter was a bishop for I think the longest period of time? You tell me. I think Peter was in Rome, though. I remember something about Peter and someone else were actually in prison together. Like they tried to poison him and they tried a bunch of different ways to kill him, but he just wouldn't die. Yep, that's the argument. That's the Roman Catholic argument. That since Peter was martyred in Rome, succession follows Rome. But the thing you have to understand is Peter was not the leader, pope / whatever of Christianity. At best, in the ancient church writings, they would have said he was first amongst equals. But there were a number of other patriarchs from various other cities, including Constantinople, and they had their say on things too. It was long after the death of Peter that the Romans decided that their bishop could just start willy-nilly making changes to the faith. And I mean, I'm not trying to antagonize my brothers in Christ in the Roman Catholic Church, but that is what he did. Like all the popes, for the most part, have created innovations. And anyone who is Orthodox will tell you the worst thing, religiously speaking, is an innovation. There is no innovation. We do things the way we do them, and that's it. They don't change. And that's just what it is. Whoever would be greatest, let him be a servant. Well, I mean, that's true of a lot of stuff. If you watch Grim Hustle, the actor playing the Russian mobster, who does in fact exist, he constantly harps on, if you want to be a powerful man, you have to learn to serve. Read the early church fathers. Which ones? I mean, I have like 4 books over there. So which one? Which early church father said that the Pope in Rome got to change the religion whenever he wanted? Because I guarantee you, no. Clement. All right. Well, I can answer back by saying, have you read Polycarp? John Chrysostom? I mean, they predate Clement by, like, you know, centuries. So, yeah. Okay, igneous is a little bit. Okay, it's almost as if there's already religious infrastructure in place, and they just changed the name on the sign. Kinda, because there was already a mystery religion in Rome that worshiped Mithras. And Clement is 1st century. Okay, the guys I named were 2nd. So you got me there. That's one for you. But no, Clement, I guarantee you never said that the Bishop of Rome, Peter, or anyone else was able to change the words of Christ. If he did say that, I don't think he would be a church father. You know what I'm saying? Also, you know, there were more apostles than Peter. Even though there is a line, I mean, and we all agree with that. But how about Andrew, who carried the word to the Slavs, and, you know, Matthew, who got murdered in Africa, and, you know. Yeah, but the thing is, there is no apostolic succession. It's the Pope, which is just a word that means bishop, was the agreement was he could be the first amongst equals. And in 1150 something, the Pope decided no, he was going to be the head of the church, which is, you know, there's only one head of the church, and the Pope can't be it. So that's the problem. That's one of the issues. And it led to a war. Led to a war, yeah, it did. And I'll braggadly sit here and say your team lost that war. You gave it your best, though. A lot of respect and honor for you. Your sword brothers and the Knights of the Teutonic, whatever, and all that. They were brave fighters. They were brave fighters. Them and their pagan Slav allies, very brave fighters. But in the end, God stood with orthodoxy. My side is wrong. My side predates your side. That's the problem. Well, okay, gangster in America and gangster in Russia are not always the same thing. Six nations. You know, a lot of gangsters in Russia would never rob from a person, but they will rob from a corporation, the police, whatever, you know? So really, not all, because some Russian gangsters are just scumbags, just like anywhere else. But others of them kind of have a code, you know? A code, a morality, whatever. And a lot of those guys, in their own way, fully embrace Christianity, you know? Because I don't know why, actually. I can't tell you why, but they do. And it is what it is. But I love you too, Mac. You are my brother in Christ. But my side predates your side by 1,000 years. Your side broke away with my side. You ended up with the Bishop of Rome. We ended up with the bishop of everywhere else. You know, Constantinople, Moscow, Antioch, all of it. Every other bishop sided with the East except for Rome. All the big patriarchs. You say nope, but you're wrong. No, I don't have it backwards. You have it backwards, but I'm okay with that because I know that's what you were taught. However, I have studied both sides. Remember, Hungar actually went through Roman Catholic Catechism, and yeah, the Roman Catholics were the ones that started with the excommunicado bullshit against all of the Orthodox bishops, because the Orthodox bishops were like, no, that's not how it works. Why? Because the Christian church, they didn't want it. Now, this part, I don't know. I'd have to study more to know if this is like a feature of Christianity. But the idea of a centralized Christianity ruled over by a government is not an idea that Orthodox is a huge fan of. Not a huge fan of that. 4,700. 4,700. What are you talking about, 4,700? Yeah, but the Protestants are all heretics. Big heretics. The Roman Catholics, they're only little heretics. You know, like if the Roman Catholics would stop worshiping their Pope and come back to Christ, they would be fine. But the problem is they worship the Pope and his bad doctrines, you know. And he's made many, not he, but various, many bad doctrines throughout the years. I mean, hell, at one point you had the Borgias as popes, and these people were like incestual murderers. And yet they were popes because they bought their way into the papacy. I mean, have there been good popes? Yes. Has the Roman Church been a force for good overall? I think so, yeah. But no, it's still, compared to Orthodox Catholicism, heretical. But yeah. No man can change the word of God. No man. But the Roman Catholic popes have done it over and over again throughout history. That right there should be the first thing, right? Like, why do these popes keep changing what Jesus said? That should be your first warning that something ain't right, you know? But on the other hand, I understand if you're raised in a church and you're loyal and, you know, you don't want to just be a quitter, which I have been numerous times with different religions. Read the book, take the lessons learned, follow 1 and 2, general order, love God and your neighbor. Yeah, but there's way more to it than that, Six Nations. I mean, love God, sure. Love your neighbor, sure. But there's more to it than that. I mean, there's the Holy Sacrament. There's confession. There's, you know, all kinds of stuff. The fellowship of the church. I mean, one of the worst things that ever happened in America was the idea, and I don't know who invented it, but the go it alone Christian. You know, the guy who thinks that as long as he believes in Christ, he's doing the right thing. And it's like, but Christ never said that, actually. Christ never said that. And somebody will say, well, he said, wherever two meet to talk of me, there is a church. He did say that, but then he also actually described what a church was. So, I mean, you know, and he also talked about how we would be persecuted for loving him. Yep. See, now me and Mac have found some points of it, because I'm telling you what, Mac, you and I are not as different as you think. The only difference is your church has been corrupted. My church has, for the most part, fought against corruption. I'm not saying that the Orthodox Church has never been, because, I mean, there was that period in the 5th century, I think, when they had to get rid of all the Judaizers. And, you know, about every 100 or so years, all the bishops get together and clean sweep all the heretics that have infiltrated the church, which happens a lot, you know, but we were warned that it would, that, you know, bad people would try to infiltrate the church. We all know it, and it happens. But you will not see a patriarch or a bishop anywhere in the Orthodox faith, right, saying stuff that is blatantly opposed to the words of the gospel. It will not happen. Actually, Christ did say about bishops. He did talk about that. And all the apostles talked about that. And one thing that some Protestants have a problem with is the fact that when Christ gave his authority to the apostolic successors, that means that you should listen to what they have to say. You know, while it doesn't rank up with Christ and should never ever go against Christ, it's still what it is. Well, he may not have said bishop specifically, but he definitely said that there should be churches, fellowship, and leaders. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Christian church, before the Bible was even written, by my religion, thank you very much, has always had priests. Always had priests. As long as Christianity existed, there were priests. See, and that's what a lot of Protestants don't seem to understand. But yeah, there were priests. Sorry. And the Orthodox Church predates the Bible in the current written form, or in any written form, by about, I don't know, a couple hundred years. And every single person mentioned in the Bible that served Christ in the gospel was Orthodox. Every one of them. And the Bible itself was written by Orthodox people. And the council that decided which books would be in and which books would be out, Orthodox. Which is why the Protestant Bible is missing like a bunch of books, but the Catholic Bible has them. And the Catholic Bible and the Orthodox Bible are very similar. It's what he meant to say. No, Anderson, you're arguing, but you're not hearing. There have always been priests. Always. Whether you want to call them bishops, Kabuga Booga Man, it doesn't matter. There have always been priests. Always. And there's always been a hierarchy. Since the beginning of time, before the Bible you are reading was written, there's always been. So, yeah. This idea that you can go it alone, you don't need fellowship. I mean, have fun with that. if society ever collapses, I'll be hanging with all my boys from the church who are not pacifists like most Christians have been trained to be. So we'll be fine. Right? But all these guys out here wanting to go it alone, never seek confession, you guys are just food for the devil. Right? Because, I mean, you walk around with your sins heavy upon you, and it just makes you easy targets for demonic interventions. Men are self-serving. All men aren't. I mean, Anderson, sometimes you come off as being somewhat black-pilled, man. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no future in being black-pilled. So stop it. The future is in being white-pilled, being hopeful, and hoping for and possibly getting the best out of the people around you. And here's a secret for you. If you expect the best out of the people around you, a lot of times you will inspire them to be the best that they can be. Right? But if you automatically go into it saying all humans are corrupt, blah, 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 well, you know what? A lot of times you're going to end up with a self-fulfilling destiny where, yeah, they're going to be that way because you automatically thought they were. You know, so why not? If you're automatically accusing them all of being douchebags, don't be surprised when they're douchebags, you know? Now, getting back to the argument, I mean, the Roman Catholic Church is the sister church of the Orthodox Catholic Church. It is. And we share a lot of stuff. However, the Roman Catholic Church changed a lot of stuff. And these changes were things that the bishops or patriarchs of the rest of Christendom at the time could not tolerate. Like, you end up disappointed. Not always. Like I said, man, you gotta white pill it. A perfect example is the Filioque or Filioque, however you want to say it, right? For whatever reason, the Bishop of Rome changed it. It had been the way it had been for literally 1,000 years. And then the Bishop in Rome changed it. For no reason. He just did. Right? Kind of like how the Roman Catholics believed in purgatory, but Orthodox does not. And I understand why the Roman Catholics believe in purgatory, because they're such nice people. They had to scientifically figure out where the souls of unbaptized babies go. And they just couldn't accept the fact that what if an unbaptized baby that dies very young just goes to heaven because it hasn't really had time to commit any sins, and you know, maybe it shouldn't be sent to hell for the sins of its father, you know, because would that be a good thing? Because whenever you're talking theology about God, you always start off from the position that God is good. So if you think God would do a thing, but that thing is not good, then obviously, why would God do the not good thing? Yeah, purgatory was invented by Irish monks pretty early on in Roman Catholicism, like 12th or 13th century. Look it up. And it was all about where babies go. A bunch of drunk Irishmen were hanging out trying to figure it out. And that's what they came up with. You know? But really, purgatory, all of the stuff like that, that seems awful similar to the actual Roman religion. You know, like the river Styx and the way, what's his name described hell is having the multiple layers and blah 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 like that. You know, it seems an awful lot like just Roman religion with extra steps or maybe a new paint job. But yeah. St. Thomas and Augustine even contemplated a type of purgatory. Well, yeah, and you've got people in Orthodoxy that talk about toll houses and stuff like that too, which is somewhat of a debate between some Orthodox people and others. You know, I mean, yeah. I mean, you've got a lot of thinkers who have big thoughts about things. Can't disagree. And they try to figure things out, and sometimes they're right and sometimes they're not. And sometimes you're not sure, so you got to keep at it. Right? Right. I mean, the best thing that can be said, though, Protestants, you guys kick ass when it comes to a work ethic. That's the thing. Protestants come to America and they busted their ass. And they built, I think, the greatest nation to ever live, to ever exist, for all of us. I mean, it's hard to argue with the Protestant work ethic. It really is. You know, whether you're talking about the Amish or whoever you're talking about. They freaking, yeah, they do their thing, man. And Protestants are also some of the nicest people you ever meet. Even the non-Protestant, like cult types, are like Mormons, are some of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet. Yep, Trump won. Yeah, you know what, Mac? Muslims believe that. They believe everyone goes to hell where all of their sins are burned out of them before they can enter heaven. Yeah, Mormons are really nice people. Every one of them I've ever met has been just super nice. And, you know, never made me want to join their religion because I've already read the book and was like, yeah, this is the ravings of a madman. But they are, as individuals, incredibly nice people. The best gunsmith ever was a Mormon. Well, I mean, while that makes me respect him as a gunsmith left, that does not motivate me to want to join his cult. Because, you know. John Moses Browning. Well, there you go. Leth, I think the link is still up there if you want it, or maybe it's gone too far. Hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong in saying somebody did something awesome just because they're another. Watch TikTok, YouTube, oh, yeah, well, you know. Yeah. I woke up this morning, it was raining, and my wife was sitting out in the Florida room and talking to her sister. And I just looked out at the rain and looked at her and I said, is it raining liberal tears? And she just started cracking up, you know, because I guess she thought it was.
But yeah, just because I say that John Moses Browning was a Mormon doesn't mean I think anybody should be.
No, I didn't think.
No factoid.
I didn't think you did. I mean, if I had any issue with American Christendom, it would just be that somehow or another over the last couple hundred years, they've gotten so weak.
They accepted too many heretical things.
It's like you've got Episcopalian churches with lesbian priests and
Yeah.
Baptist churches hanging rainbow flags, you know, and all of this and that. And it's just like, what the hell is going on here? You know?
Again,
Like-
they accepted too many heretical things.
Yeah, it's like you guys are wrong and you know you're wrong. And then some knucklehead tries to say, well, actually, if you translate the Bible correctly, it doesn't say you can't be gay. It says you can't have sex with young boys. And then I say, well, actually, how much hubris would a human being have to be to think after 2,000 years he's the first person to translate that scripture correctly? Like he translated that scripture more correct than the people who actually spoke the language.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
no kidding.
And plus, the guy who supposedly translated the scripture is always got a dog in the fight. You know what I mean? Like he's part of the club. And he's looking for a way to, you know, it's like, I'm sorry, but that's just not the way it works.
Yeah, I'm going to take a good shot in the dark in that the Queen James version of the Bible is not translated properly.
You know what? The Orthodox Study Bible is actually a King James translation with the additional books from the Orthodox Bible translated into English. But most Orthodox priests will tell you if you really, really want to
I didn't say
understand
King
the Bible-
James. I did not say King James. I said Queen.
Oh, I've never heard of Queen James.
Yeah, it's the one that replaces all the language with like trans stuff.
Yeah, that's heretical and should be burned
Yes.
on the par with whoever wrote it, and they should be burned as witches. But anyway, hopefully YouTube doesn't ban me for that. I mean, most of your hardcore Orthodox priests will tell you if you really want to understand the Old Testament, you have to study and learn ancient Greek, specifically Koine Greek, which is the language the earliest Bible was written in.
Yeah. And what a lot of people at the time when Jesus was, you know, there would speak in the area.
Well, he would speak Aramaic, but
Yeah,
everyone heard
Aramaic.
him. No
But-
matter what language you spoke, you could always understand.
Yeah, but Greek was actually, I think, what, a trade language at the time?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
lingua franca. It was the language of trade and education, and like, you know, no matter where you came from, if you wanted your children to have like higher education, they were going to get taught in Greek.
Yeah.
Belief in a cruel God makes a cruel man. Thomas Paine. Yeah, God is good and can only be good. God is just and can only be just. God can never be bad.
Yep.
That's the
One
nature
reason
of God.
why I don't think I like Thomas Paine.
Well, Thomas Paine was an atheist.
Yeah.
And his ideas on libertarianism and small government and stuff were very good. But you should probably never take an atheist's opinion on religion too serious. Because, I mean, they don't believe in it anyway. So, yeah. But the debate was about which was right, Roman Catholicism or Orthodox Catholicism, which is always a good debate. And believe me, guys, it doesn't hurt my feelings if you say I'm wrong. So, and I'll say that I don't think you're right. And I'll say that if you study history and everything, that you will find that I'm right. But if you listen to what your priest told you, he's going to tell you you're right. But yeah,
but if anything, he really should not have went to France.
yeah.
Everybody tried to warn him, and then he goes, well, and see what happens.
Well, that was during a time period when France was really the F around and find out country.
Yeah, that was the time when they just, on their spare time, and I guess at their leisure, just wanted to have revolutions all the time.
Right. Like the first communist revolution was in France in like the 1700s. Because the idea of collectivism and shit like that predates Marx by probably forever. Because, I don't know. I don't know why, honestly.
I'm not sure if Paine was a deist or not. I mean, a lot of people like saying that like all our founders were somehow deists, and I don't believe that because they had sermons in Congress.
Well, Jefferson definitely had an issue because he made his own Bible, and it was only stuff Jesus said, and he cut out every single thing any of the apostles said.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Which is like, well, Jesus said that you should listen to the apostles.
He was using those people. You might want to listen to them.
Yeah, you know what, Mac? I pray the day happens. I pray that day happens. I don't know if it will because the Pope has been going nuts lately, but it could happen. Maybe one day you guys will get a good Pope in and he'll be like, look, having the church split like this hasn't helped anyone. And unlike Jesus, Paine actually wrote things down. That doesn't matter. If I'm sitting here talking and there's a person sitting next to me writing down everything I say, it would hold up in court as if I wrote it. Right? The thing about Jesus and his gospels is there's enough witnesses that you could go to prison based on the amount of witnesses there are for him. And some of them are even contemporary. So, it's not like people from like years after we're just making shit up. I mean, you've got, what's his name? Titus Josephus, I think was his name. In 70 AD, he talked about it a little bit when the Romans were destroying Jerusalem. So yeah, there's they're called his apostles. I mean, you have to remember that Luke was an educated man. He was a doctor.
So was Paul.
Yeah, Paul was an educated man.
He was originally persecuting them.
Well, yeah, because his mother was the daughter of a rabbi, and his father was a Roman officer. So he was the one that was persecuting people. But the reality is that there were educated people. Matthew was a tax collector, which meant he knew how to read and write and do basic math at least. I mean,
What's going on there, young man?
What is going on there? You're younger than I am, man.
I'm 56.
Oh, never mind. You're a couple years older than me. Well, we are enjoying the beautiful sunlight of a new day.
Yeah.
For some reason, for us, it's raining.
And arguing about shit in chat because that's what people like to do.
Oh, yeah.
And my vampire game's going on hiatus for at least a couple of weeks while the storyteller figures some shit out, which means I'm going to start every other week running the One Ring for the group. Even though I was working on my spaceship today and I was saying, I wonder if I should bait and switch them and when they show up, hand them Traveler 2300 characters.
Well,
I thought that would go well.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't go great.
Hey,
Hand
you
them
know
their
what?
baptism
You know
of
what?
fire characters.
Sometimes you need to do the Gary Gygax. You know what Gary Gygax?
You
Here's an
know,
old
it's
story
like,
for you. Gary Gygax was sitting there playing his AD&D game in his basement, and Jim Ward's there, all the crew there, the original TSR crew is there. Well, during the game, Gary said, "Hey Jim, did you bring your Starship game stuff?" And Jim said, "Yeah." And Gary says, "Go get it." And when he left, Gary switched places. Gary sat down and decided we're going to play this the Starship game, Traveler or whatever it was, and they ended up playing that for a few weeks just because he needed a break from being a DM. So
yeah, that was Metamorphosis Alpha.
yeah, Metamorphosis Alpha. And I was
Jim
like,
Ward invented that.
I need to
But
do
then
that
Gary
one.
Gygax took Metamorphosis Alpha and kind of stripped it down and made Gamma World.
Well,
Because Metamorphosis Alpha is just basically Gamma World on the Warden.
yeah, I have
And
the
Gygax is like,
actual. I have the Warden here somewhere. I have the whole box set from Jim Ward somewhere around here that for the Warden. So, or is it the box? Is it the box with? Is it just a box with a book in it? I got to remember here.
the first
Right.
edition of Gamma World, I don't remember if it came in a box or not, even though I've got the rule book. The second edition, which is my favorite edition, I have the box. That's the one that has like the two guys on the cover trying to fight a war robot.
Yeah, I
Like
think
one
all
of
my
them got
stuff is
an axe
packed.
made out of a baseball bat and a shovel.
Yeah, I think all my stuff is packed away inside of. I bought a bunch of. Been cleaning up my basement, and I put a bunch of stuff in plastic waterproof buckets and stuff like that for my
Right.
impending move to Florida. So,
The impending move to Florida. Look at you.
yep. Hey. Now I don't have to worry about Gary Gensler anymore. He's going to be fired by the new president.
Yay.
Where are you moving in Florida, if you don't mind me asking?
It depends on how much money I get because Gary Gensler finally gets his ass handed to him.
Oh. Well, it'd be neat if you were near me.
I would plan on being in somewhere within 100 miles of you. And if I was within 100 miles of you, James, I would definitely come to game with you. So that would be that'd be on my list. To be like, no, I'm going to game with James.
Well, James, talking about gaming, I learned a little bit more lore on the rooms.
What is the lore on your gnome? Is he still not banned?
Still not banned because
Barely hear
one thing, it's not broken anyway. I had to change that. It wasn't as broken, at least, as I thought it would be.
Hey, Let, you're what's the matter with your microphone?
He's got
It
crappy
broke,
mic.
so I have to use a crappier mic right now. I'll be getting a new one in within a week. It's going to take a little bit.
Hey, we know how it is, man.
Yeah.
Brothers is broke out there these days.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm broke. I have to wait till it ships to me.
Here, just play along, man.
Oh, no. I don't know how mine sounds to other people, but I got mine off
Fine.
my right here.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Yeah.
Mine's
I'm
halfway across the damn room from me.
I don't
I'm just using the mic on my
this through it, but
my camera that I have.
Yeah.
The camera mic is not very good, but I have to use it right now.
I've got a Yeti Blue, and I need to know
That
how.
is a full-face live, BLL, Bill.
Yeah, Bill's like, left sounds the best.
But yeah, I learned about how rooms work for our game.
Good.
Basically, with how Mage works, it's the spheres that you have to work with, and runes will be made from those spheres of magic.
So you're playing Mage the Ascension,
More like the Awakening.
but fantasy.
Yeah, it's the Awakening rules.
Right, but it's still Mage the Ascension.
Yeah. Kind of. It's still
You
one.
combine, it's a simplified version of Mage the Ascension, where by combining spheres, you can create rotes, and by creating rotes, you can do magic.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's about it. If you have a sphere, though, naturally you could do pretty much anything in that sphere.
Yeah, you can. If the DM will allow you, you can run buck wild all over the whole game.
But yeah, for the runes, they have to be made using that sphere of magic. So I have to make the rune through a ritual, then use that rune to imprint it onto things to imbue the item with magic.
Yep. I don't know if you know this or not, but I absolutely despise the Mage the Ascension game.
No,
It is like the worst thing ever made.
I don't think it's the worst thing.
Okay, it's
I
not
think
giant
terrible
lands
thing.
or anything, but it's still terrible.
I think the worst thing I've seen that was made was Alma Mater.
I don't even know what that is.
Terrible tabletop RPG about high school.
Why?
I don't know, but
I was in high school.
I
The less
know.
I remember about it, the better. I didn't
Hey,
like
Gene?
high school when I was there. I wouldn't want to role play a game about being there.
Yeah.
So
What was that, Rick?
I don't know. I was going to share something with you here. How do I do this here? Da, 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 da. How do I share this?
Because the DOJ can't.
There you go. There you go.
Huh.
I don't know. You see it, James?
the deck of curses.
You got it.
Heck of curses. That sounds awesome.
It
Okay.
is awful. That is going into production this week. It's being shipped off to my printer, and I'm going to have this is going to be my newest product coming out.
Nice.
Deck of curses.
I know who to send that to.
Do you know what I found out, which is kind of crazy? I don't know if you know about it, but I'll tell you anyway. That Black Chantry Games, which is the company currently printing Vampire the Eternal Struggle cards.
Yeah.
You can go onto the card part of Drive-Thru RPG and order decks.
Cool.
Hey,
And
Vic, where do I
Black
find this?
Chantry's in Norway or Denmark or Sweden or one of those countries.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times it's just a lot cheaper and quicker to order whatever cards you want to order from Drive-Thru RPG. And they're print on demand. They print them on English side poker cards. So, the same size as the actual ones. And you put them in sleeve and play.
That's cool. Well, there's gonna be 3 different decks of these. So it's gonna be I've curated them so that there's 3 different decks, and the Dungeon Master, you buy one deck and you get this set of curses and everything else. You buy another one, you get a different set, and I pretty much will evenly distribute them between okay, that's not too bad, to oh, that's serious, or oh shit, I'm dead.
Right.
So
Put a curse on you like a Lako.
Now, Vic, you need to send me a
Well,
link so I can.
give me a
Yes,
number,
it's
James,
different.
and I will tell you the curse that goes with that. Between 100 and 158 right now.
158. Damn. I was thinking it was going to be like a
25.
set of poker cards.
25.
I said 75, but okay.
25 is chronic diarrhea. How'd you like that when you're out adventuring?
Yeah, okay. We get tipper here. We get
Well,
gout
it would be worse for certain people.
Yeah.
Fighter, it might just be a real inconvenience. The thief,
Yeah.
that would be deadly.
What's
You're
another
trying
one?
to
Give me
creep down
another
the
one.
hall silently and you just let it rip.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I guess I'm dead now.
Yeah. Give me another one.
Well, let's do 75.
Okay.
Yeah.
75 is hemophobia. You're afraid of blood. The player has fear of blood.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
crap,
gonna
what?
make
What am I gonna do?
that's gonna make being a warrior kind of difficult.
Or
Yeah.
a doctor.
I mean,
Oh,
a
I got all
wizard, you'll
kinds
be
of-
all right
Yeah.
because
I
you
got
can
all
just be
kinds
like,
of-
magic missile, fireball.
Just think if you gave hemophobia to your doctor, though.
I
got all
don't bother with sources. If you want to double check me, Anderson, go ahead and do it. But a lot of times, maybe it's from being on Twitter too much. You'll say something you know is 100% true, and the other guy knows it's 100% not or true too.
Vic, I want one
So
more.
he'll demand a source
42.
because it's just a way to piss somebody off. That's
was
why
that?
when that English guy was talking all that shit like 4 days ago,
How
and
about
then he said,
42?
"Give me a source," and I was like, "No,
Did you say
like I'm not doing it."
42.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just jumping in your conversation and saying how I do.
42 left is you're teleported to a middle of a desert instantly. You open it up, bam, you're gone.
Well, that could be not good.
Oh, there's other ones in here. There's summon dragons, summon demons, summon.
Okay, I got a question though.
Summon dragons. That's a curse, huh?
I got a question about the transported to a desert though.
Yeah.
Is the desert on the same planet you were on?
It didn't
DM's
say.
choice.
Yes.
I mean, like
You can be playing with giant worms.
that's what I'm saying. You get the curse, you're transported to a desert. Next thing you know, you're getting jumped by a bunch of blue-eyed bastards.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a minute,
But
what's
Vic,
going on here?
you know how you said that's a curse? One of my magic items actually did that.
Didn't
Summoned
see
a
your
dragon
way out. Anderson, you're lucky I like you. You rude bastard. You know, jeez.
I gotta say that was funny. Whenever we accidentally summoned a dragon on a ship.
That doesn't seem like a good place to summon a dragon.
No, it wasn't. We thought we were dead on that one.
A wooden ship, even, huh?
Yes,
Did the dragon breathe fire?
it could have. It probably would have if it survived long enough.
I mean, because being in the middle of the ocean on a ship that a dragon just lit on fire, that seems nightmarish.
It would be, yes.
Yeah, it would.
I learned my lesson not to play with magical random generating dice, especially
Well,
on a ship. What?
I said, sometimes it be like that.
Other times we would get magical shoes that allow you to swim or something. That
I
look
mean,
like
yeah, but
shoes.
being able to swim is good and all until you're like, 100 miles from any land.
I know, but
And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is not cool. I mean, if you don't believe me, ask Hunger about it. Luckily, he gathered up enough flotsam and jetsam from the crashed ship he had been on to kind of make a makeshift raft.
I just found that funny. That before the dragon, we got random shoes that would actually help you if you were in the water.
Yeah.
But then, dragon, that was terrifying.
Yep. He
Okay,
made a
I'm
raft. He made a sailing roll, so he made a raft, and then, tried to find his way back to land. Except he chose the wrong direction and got lost, and ended up on an island in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
With a bunch of dark complected people that he didn't recognize.
Vic, I find it funny that my dice did the same thing as that curse with the whole summoning a dragon.
Yeah.
Oh God, that was terrifying.
And then it turned out all the people on the island worshipped the giant ape, and they tried to feed Haas's character to it.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's always fun.
is a giant carnivorous ape. Well, first they got him drunk and had him have sex over the course of weeks with all their women. And then they drugged him and dumped him in the cavern where the giant carnivorous ape lived.
It went from great to bad really fast.
Yep. And he didn't have any weapon. And while he was looking around, he found like a rib bone. So when the giant ape come after him, he used the rib bone as an improvised weapon and ended up rolling really, really good and doing a shit ton of damage and killing the ape by stabbing it through the chest with the rib bone.
Well,
But
Jim
not
Paul,
before it broke his ribs.
it's still technically going on, but it's basically over.
So then he stole a boat from the natives and got the hell out of Dodge. And yeah. And now he's landed on another island that's got a big obelisk on it.
Those are always great.
But he doesn't know what it is. He can just see it through the jungle. And it's not a really big island because he sailed around it. But yeah, there's like a big black stone obelisk in the center of the island. And he's still trying to
Not
figure out.
almost at all.
He's still trying to figure out, based on the sun and the stars, using a selling skill, like where he is. You know, because they were traveling north from Zingara, and while they were out in the sea near the Barakian Isles, a storm whipped up, and they were in the storm for a couple of days. So he doesn't know how far off he got blown into the Western Ocean. So, you know, typical Conan shit. You know, you wash up on a beach. Congrats on the swift election. Yeah, I think Maricopa County said they won't be done with their counting until like next year. But other than that, yeah, thanks, man. Florida, which has millions upon millions of people, had our shit done by that evening.
Watch when Maricopa County is done. It's like, oh, Kamala Harris actually won the popular vote.
she's already-
80 million
There's no
over
path
his.
to victory.
Part of the problem is-
victory.
You know, part of the problem is that all those ones that aren't done yet is you don't need any goddamn ID to vote. You know, it's like, oh hey, you know.
But
I think
it's not about victory. At this point, it's going, oh, see, he didn't win the popular vote.
Well, the thing with those is I have a feeling that the new administration is going to be pretty tough on election laws.
Yeah.
Oh,
We may go back to same-day voting with paper ballots, which seemed to work just fine for like, I don't know, 100 years.
And it seems to work for like almost every other country who does it.
Kamala Harris received 25 billion votes, according to credible sources. I love that when a newspaper says, according to credible sources. It's like, who? Well, I'll never give up my source. Then why are you printing shit?
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, it's like,
Credible
so basically
sources,
your credible source said this guy did a horrible thing. And you're going to say that the guy did the horrible thing, but you're not going to offer any evidence. So the statue you're working on, is that the one from Otherworld Games?
No, I made these.
Oh, you 3D printed that?
Printer.
Oh, Otherworld Games sells something like that too.
Yeah, this is my version of the one on top of the PHB. I added a base to it, and I've even got ones that have lighting so that you can put a die inside the. Let's see if I got one here handy. I do. Maybe I do. Hold on a second. Oh, no batteries hooked up to it. But anyways, look at James. See, I put a die in there, and then it lights up in the center here, and it glows. So
Nice.
when you put it on a table, it's like, oh my god.
That's kind of cool.
Yep. That demon is detailed in the module L7 or something. And that's Moloch. And Chris Perkins did the map for that adventure. Yeah, the dwarven whatever. The Great Dwarven Delve or whatever.
I don't have that one.
Yep, it was like printed and then like not printed, and then I
Hold
think
on
I
one
got
second.
it because it was like a collectible thing or something. Like if you ordered a bunch of stuff, they would throw that in. 25 billion votes. Aliens like from outer space were actually voting.
All right, James. Here's the one that sits in my house. The one I made. Look at the size of that one.
Damn. You made that all in one piece, or did you have to make it like in bunches of sections and
No,
glue?
one go.
What kind of 3D printer do you got?
I got two different ones. I've got a MP10 and then I've got a Creality 2.
Huh. Crowdy's good.
And here we'll just add a little light to it, but that isn't really good. So
Yeah, I don't know about the MP10, but the Creality is a solid machine.
I made this one on the Creality, and it's the base of it alone is just over 8 inches, maybe 9 inches. The base is so.
Yeah, if I get my printer up, I could do things similar to that.
Yeah, Leth, you have had that filament printer for like a couple years now.
Yeah, I don't really have a good place to put it, and if I use it, it's probably not going to go well. I have other people at the house. I don't want to bother them about it. It's probably going to be really loud.
Well, the thing about
really.
printers is you gotta, mine at least is, I've always got to monitor the heat from the plate, and keep adjusting the heat by the different filaments that I use,
Right.
because sometimes they curl and sometimes they don't, and what I like to shut off the heat completely at a certain point and just say,
Yeah.
all right, that's good.
Yeah, Vic, do you have a FDM printer?
No, I don't have an FDM printer.
Okay, mine's an FDM. I don't know if they're very loud or not.
Well, mine's playing in the background here, and here's how much mine makes noise. I'll put the mic to it. That's it. That's all you hear, just a little fan blowing on mine.
Couldn't really even hear that.
Yeah, my Elegoo Saturn, all you hear is once it's going, you hear the build plate go. Boop, 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 boop.
I
That's it.
also, yeah, I use what is this, sewing? Let's see here.
Maybe
I
I
got a
should try.
bottle of this Universal Sewing Supply needle sewing machine oil I put on my machine, and it helps keep it quieter.
Yeah,
Okay.
I put just the tiniest little dab of lithium grease on the anyway, the part that the build plate goes up and down.
The vertical screw.
Yeah, there's that vertical screw there, and it's got like the double thing guides. So I just put the slightest dab on there, and it seems to work just fine. As a matter of fact, I need to quit being lazy. I've already got the STL built, but I'm going to do all of the windows on this thing in clear.
That's a cool
Got the resin out there, so I can print like the hatch and the gunner's position, everything, all the windows clear plastic.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I think that would be badass. As a matter of fact, I also got the pilots on there, but it'd be weird, But I guess if you print it clear, once you primer it, it's fine. So, whatever. But yeah, I am currently doing like 10 things at once. And when I'm not doing that, I am playing Subnautica again.
That looks like a pretty good game.
Yeah, I'm pretty upset though, because last time I was playing it, I don't know what I did wrong, but I got into a bad area and my sea moth got blown up.
Ooh.
and then I died.
I can feel that because Power World can be like that.
Yep. It's just like basically I must have got jumped by one of the big deadly monsters and didn't even know. And it was dark out anyway. So
Like, I mean, that oil rig was kicking my hind end recently.
plus I put down one of the buildings that you can park vehicles in. And I told myself, bring a freaking beacon. And then I was like, nah, I'll be fine.
No, I'll be fine.
And so now I'm out here for like an hour trying to find where I put the moon well down. And I'm not fine. I am the opposite of fine. I have no idea where it is. And I want to expand on the base because it's near the deep caves where you got to go to get like, magnet and shit like that.
Reminds me a lot of Minecraft on that one and getting lost in a mine.
Oh, dude. When I very first started playing Minecraft, there was one game I was playing where I decided to go exploring in a boat, and I never did find my first house. Hey, what's up, Jeff? How you doing, bro? Yeah, I never found my first house, so I just ended up saying F it and making a new house and putting a new bed down. Now, I guess I could have willingly died and been transported back to my last spawn spot, but my last spawn spot was not near the house, and I had not put a bed down yet. So I'd actually just built a house to hide from the creepers, and then the very next morning built a boat and jumped on it and started going across the ocean.
To be fair, that's the best time to go do that.
Right. And I thought, this will be awesome, I mean, I'll go around. As long as I follow the island to the right, I should be fine, right? No. The answer to that was no. No, not fine. Lost like a MFer. No idea where I am. So I just finally got tired of selling and was like, you know what?
Fun new place.
I'm just going to land somewhere and rebuild another base. And then I learned the valuable lesson and I built a bed. And I played on that world because it was on my Minecraft live server. I played on that world for months and never, ever found my original house. So that's a sad story, right?
Yeah.
So all of the metal and iron and everything I'd collected just stayed back at the original place because I don't know who Anderson's talking to. And the last time I answered a question he posed, he got snarky with me. So now I'm like, I'm staying out of your conversation then. There you go.
Tried playing Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, met a lesbian and her half-orc wife within an hour.
Oh, yeah, that's in Pathfinder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, and the Velgard thing is so fucking cringy. The Velgard game by Dragon Age, that is the cringiest shit.
Oh,
like,
it definitely is.
Imagine. It is like just
It's
cringe.
supposed to be. Remember when Dragon Age was, a dark gothic fantasy game?
Right. Remember when Dragon Age
Pepperidge-
was all about trying to bang that gothy witch?
Patrick Farm remembers.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farms remembers. You know the one with the black hair.
Yeah, I know. You're talking about, what was her name?
I don't know what
I
her
was
name.
about to say Yennefer, but that was Witcher.
Yeah, that's Witcher stuff.
Morrigan.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you did sleep with her at the end of the game, she gives birth to like some kind of Cthulhu abomination. Like, oh man.
Wish I could have played Dragon Age a little bit more than I did. I didn't really get into it at first. It took me a little bit.
I made the one dude the ruler. You remember how when you start out, one of the first guys you get to join you is like that blonde-haired guy, and he's kind of good-natured. And
Yeah, I know that part because I got to play it, but after that, I couldn't get further than that. I think the game.
I ended up at the end of the game. I made him like the noble, and went on about my way. The only bad thing is, like I said, I may have given birth to an apocalyptic monster, or helped give birth to an apocalyptic monster.
I think that was Origins, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
that one I was when I tried to play it. I made myself a dwarf noble.
Yeah. I made a two-handed fighter human. It wasn't until after I beat the game that I was reading like what people were saying about the game, and they were talking about how playing a two-hand fighter was like the most difficult class ever. And that if you built your group of just like human mages, you could just dominate the whole game.
I could see it.
And I was like, well, damn then, And then I kind of felt proud because I was like, well, damn then. I beat the whole freaking game and never had a problem. So go me. I'm kicking ass over here, right?
Yeah, that game had to be a lot better than Inquisition was.
Oh, that game, yeah. They never had a better game than that game. In Inquisition, they changed all of the they changed like how you controlled everything and everything. It was like, why? They're gonna make me go back to my old gold box games. You know what? I still don't understand why some company has not bought the rights to the gold box games and just updated the graphics and the controls.
I would like that. I would play that.
Like a modern Pool of Radiance.
I would love to play
story at all. Just update all the graphics and modernize, the controls to the, A Squad and all that shit.
I mean, you could probably make a little bit of a better character customization, but otherwise,
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying by the graphics,
Yeah.
And then also, look, Dean Powell.
Hey, Dean Powell.
So I had good news, James.
What?
You did not, in fact, give birth to a monster. The child does come out as a regular baby boy, except that it has a soul of a dragon god. But I digress.
Well, I could deal with a baby boy with the soul of a dragon god. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys know me by now. The hot goth chick. I was completely
not the worst.
Completely weak. There was just no way I wasn't going to go after the hot goth chick.
It's not the worst romance option.
Yeah, I've got a penchant for hot goth chicks. And then I married a frotty little Danish elf.
Now that right there, boo. That's bad.
Smitten in deep smit. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
So what's your favorite line from Dragon Age Origin, James?
I think my favorite part of Dragon Age Origin was that the one I played. The first one was when you go to the dwarf city and like all the dwarves are hardcore freaking like sex maniacs.
Hmm.
They're all like doing 3-ways and shit all the time and trying to get you involved in them. I was like, these dwarves are a little bit different than I remember from Tolkien.
Yeah.
You know, because they're all about it. You know, you got dwarf women hitting on you and shit. It's like,
It's also like the only route where, like, except for what you can do with Morrigan, is the only route where you can actually have a child.
with a dwarf.
Yeah, if you're playing a dwarf noble, because there's some
yeah,
point
that makes
where
sense.
girls come up to you and like offer, "Hey, you look hot. Can we knock
Yeah,
boots
it's
together?"
like the weirdest dwarves ever because they're just freaking horn dogs, like nonstop all the time. And then I had to beat a dwarf up in a freaking duel or some shit in an arena.
I mean, that's normal.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, that happened. And I was like, why are these dwarfs so effed up? It's like, I'm just trying to get through the adventure and do my thing. And these dwarves are like literally being a pain in my dick. It's like, leave me alone, dwarves. But if you play your cards right, you get the one dwarf to join you, and he's cool.
Was that Varric?
So
Is that where you get Varric at?
I don't remember the name.
But
There
yeah,
was
my
the one
favorite
with the
line from the
big
game is
crossbow.
enchantment.
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 Yeah, Varric was the dwarf with the big.
Yeah, the idiot
crossbow.
savant, the one who makes you magic items.
Yep. That I'll tell you what, that whole part of the adventure was actually scary. I was a little frightened by it. Like when you're going down into the Underdark, I'll call it whatever they called it, and like you can hear the female voice like talking,
Oh yeah.
and she says like little things, and eventually it ends with brood mother, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
what the F is going on? And then you find out how the Darklings are created. It's like, that is just absolutely terrific. That is terrific. That is the worst.
Yeah, then you have
I
to
don't
fight
mean
it.
terrific like good. I mean terrific. Like,
Ugh.
it's like, I don't know if they could ever do that now. Like, someone would
Yes,
lose
but they
their
can't
freaking
get it
shit.
released as a AAA game.
Yeah, someone would lose their shit for sure if somebody put that into a game now.
What? But what?
That the Darklings in the original Dragon Age used to kidnap females and then basically
Feed them the other victims and stuff.
well, not only that, but ejaculate into their mouths until they turned into brood mothers and started just giving birth to more Darklings.
Oh,
Okay, that part I
God.
don't remember. But
Yeah, it says reread it. It's terrible.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
the female dwarf, I think she was, is talking about, you know, how they force her to, you know, eat things and this and that. And so she turns into this giant blobby thing that's basically just a giant womb cranking out dark ones.
ugh.
Yeah, it's horrific. Like I said, it's horrific. It's like, wow. They could never do that now because sensitivity readers would lose their minds. If somebody's like, so here's the thing. These bad guys kidnap and grape enemy women, and in doing so, force them to mutate into birthing machines. And the
Sounds like something out of-
freaking
sounds like
sensitivity
something out of Aliens.
commit seppuku.
so, Vic, do you have any favorite video games?
What'd
Sorry,
you say?
Vic, not Vic.
What did you say?
Oh, do you
Hey.
have any favorite video games?
Video games? No, really. I have not played a video game in, geez, I think the last thing I played was Pet Tetris.
Tetris,
I really
yeah.
don't. I really don't. I have so minimalist in this house. I have, let's see here. I have the screen I'm looking at here. I have a 42-inch TV, and then I've got a couple other smaller screens, but I really don't have any games or anything on them. It's just something that when I got divorced from my wife, it was like I didn't take anything with me. I didn't take any Wii's. I didn't take any PlayStations. I left it all to the kids, and I just said, I got to wean myself off these electronics. I just spent so much time doing stupid stuff, and they paid nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was not.
It's hard at first to deny yourself these things, but if you do it long enough, it gets easy.
No.
Right. It's like
Yeah.
taking cold showers. It sucks at first, but then eventually you get used to it.
Yeah.
And then it feels good.
It's sort of like dropping caffeine out of my diet. I mean, I quit smoking, I quit drugs, I quit alcohol, I dropped caffeine out of my diet. It's sort of like I've done all these things, and I'm just like, okay,
the caffeine thing. Yeah, you got to deal with caffeine headaches for a little while, but then after that, it's good. How you doing, RPG Grandma? What's up? What's new? What's happening? But Anderson, you make me laugh. But no, the whole thing was they were feeding her the whatnot in order to transform her into the brood mother, and then they would have actual, intercourse. And depending on the kind of darkling that had intercourse with her would determine the kind of darkling that came out. Like the tall, skinny darklings were created from elves. And the little stumpy ones were dwarves. And of course, the guys in the middle were humans. Not much. Busy working. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, at least I hope it's good. If it's not good, then I'm sorry it's not good. And I wish it was better. Oh, don't worry about Anderson. I'm slightly freaking screwed in the head, and I tend to take a lot of stuff way literal. And I'm not sure why I do that, but it's just
I think I do the same thing.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's the way I think. Someone will say something that to anyone else on the planet would be a joke, but I'll take it literally. And then I'll be like, what do you mean?
It's okay, James. I've been in Autox server. They're a lot worse about that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of actually or very knowledgeable guys. They will correct you.
Sometimes I just think, I wonder, not that I would ever brag or put it on my Twitter profile, but there are times that I wonder if I'm on the spectrum. Because I behave in weird ways. Or maybe I'm just a little crazy and eccentric. Maybe it's not a medical thing at all. I'm just eccentric and crazy, and I worry about shit I shouldn't worry about.
Don't worry about it. We all are a little bit that way. I mean, I'm a little eccentric myself, and people are just like, it's like he's a little off at times. I'm like, yeah, well, whatever you think. I look at what they do, and I'm just like, why would you do that? I got cousins that goes out and gets drunk all the time. I'm like, dude, you're killing yourself. You think I'm crazy for not drinking? You're killing yourself with alcohol.
My brother hangs out with the wrong people.
Yeah, it's like they're the wrong people, but you still do it anyways. It's like, idiot.
Like my brother, he went out with his friend and they both got drunk, and they were outside, and this cop had to get up to them. I think they were going to get arrested for public intoxication or something like that. And his friend just started insulting the cop as much as he could, calling him Harry Potter and the other officer, Ron Weasley.
Yeah, that's how you deal with cops.
Yeah.
Just insult them as much as possible.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was. that's what I felt with Kamala. Some of the things Kamala said, I was like, you're insulting my intelligence to think that this is going to happen. You actually did this job. You know what I mean? Competently. It's like, no.
You know
Okay,
what?
She
did
needs to make a
for
correction.
me.
She didn't work at McDonald's. She worked behind the McDonald's.
Do you know what really pisses me off about her was the constant her and the media bringing up 2025. And everyone knows that Project 2025 is a lie.
Wasn't that
And that
just
Trump
like
had
one?
nothing to do with it. It was created by some think tank somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
that
was
was
just
my
a
question.
conservative think tank that made that up. It's their what they want Trump to do, what they want or gonna bring up to the Republicans that they can get on board. But it's not Trump's positions.
I will still say that it was kind of funny when people started making exaggerated points to it. Like everyone will get a. Okay, now I forgot, but everyone will get a housewife or something like that.
Well, yeah, that was because Whoopi Goldberg said that they're going to take away all of the white man's minority wives and give them a white wife. Whoopi Goldberg said that. I was like, wait, what?
What? That makes no sense, but okay.
I mean,
To be fair,
I'm
she
okay
also
because my wife is white as mayonnaise, but
Yeah, you're safe, James. You're not gonna have just wives.
Hungar might be in trouble though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
When
yeah,
isn't
I will
Hungar
also
in trouble?
say Whoopi Goldberg needed so much money that she was in Buddy Cop movie with an intelligent dinosaur. So
yeah, it's just like we were talking about it earlier. You notice all the celebrities that backed her were on the Diddy list.
Yeah.
It's like
I like to call it the diddler list. P. Diddler.
P. Diddler. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I agree, Grandma.
which he's going to flip because when they start talking about 100+ years, unless you play ball, that street code's going to go right out the window and he's going to start snitching like hell. Yeah, the View people, I don't know. They weren't always crazy. Like when Barbara Waters was on the show,
She was a moderator. I think she was a big time moderator. Now she's dead, isn't she?
Well, she was the boss too, though. That was the thing. None of the other girls on that show were going to say shit. If Barbara Waters told them to calm the hell down, they did. Because they're all like, I'm a piece of shit and you're Barbara Waters. You know what I mean? But then once she left, they just went buck freaking wild. And it's like, and the stuff they say, and Elon Musk is suing Whoopi Goldberg personally for $80 million. Because I guess Whoopi Goldberg said some shit that was like under some liability clause or some shit. Like actual slander or something. I know it's libel if you write it and slander if you say it, maybe.
Something like that, yeah.
You know what?
Slander speech libel is if you write it down.
The first thing that probably happened is Elon sent a C&D letter to Whoopi, and Whoopi decided, well, fuck you, Elon, and did it anyways. And guess what? That you know what? If you're dumb enough to ignore a C&D letter without actually thinking about what that means, then you know what? You deserve what you get, as far as I'm concerned. You know what
if
I mean?
the world's second most rich man on the planet sends you a C&D, you do it. And he's actually the first if you're looking for provable income.
Right.
He's the second if you include Vladimir Putin.
Right. But
who owns 10% of every Russian business or some shit. So, he's taking his 10% right off the top.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing. I've produced, like my swords and my bat list, my Klingon bat list. I got a C&D letter from Paramount, or a lawyer for Paramount Studios or whatever. And I got it, and I looked at it, and I laughed it off, and I sent him a little letter back, and I said, yeah, well, here it is, and I quoted the law for stuff like that, and I said, yeah, no, I'm not going to comply with your shit, and just let it, send it back to him, and never heard another word from him.
Yeah, I remember that guy because I went on a live stream with him and called him a piece of shit.
C&D letters sometimes are just meant to scare,
And
they're not worth the paper they're written on, especially if you know your shit. If you know your shit and you know the law and you can argue it with them, I've seen lawyers turn around and go, "It ain't worth it." You know what I mean?
I mean,
It ain't
also the
worth it.
first, the first, what do you call it, thing to, if you get a letter like that, is actually to respond, so you don't accept by not saying anything.
right. Yeah, if we're talking about the same dude, I went on a live stream with him. There was like 2 people, including me. And I was in the audience, and I was just like riding his nuts the whole time, correcting him on shit. And he was getting so mad and talking about how he'd ban me. And I was like, so I'll just go do something else. And then he threatened to report me. He's like, I've watched some of the videos on your channel. How would you like it if you got reported? And I was like, go ahead, bitch boy. You know what I mean? And then later, he just deleted like everything or privated everything on his channel.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like I got banned out of the Star Trek chat rooms for a while, and I called up the guys at Star Trek at the Paramount, what was it? To Paramount Digital, and I argued my case. I said, if I can't say it, if it's said in the Star Trek episode, and I can't say it in the Star Trek chat, what are we doing? You know what I mean? All of a sudden, my stuff was all back, and I was like, all right, here we go. You can't ban me anymore.
What did you say that pissed him off so bad?
I don't remember. It was one of the moderators was a Christian fundamentalist in there, and he thought whatever I said was B as in B, S as in S, and he banned me out of there. And I said, okay. So I went and got the episode, I got the transcript and everything else, and I called Paramount. Paramount went through it, and they said, okay, well, I don't see what you did wrong. And they immediately reinstated me back in there. And I was like, there you go. Don't play with it. You know what I mean?
See, I'm surprised at 2 things about your statement.
Yeah.
And the biggest one is that a moderator on a Star Trek board might be a Christian fundamentalist.
But he is
That is
now,
really weird because
he is
most
now,
of the moderators are like atheists.
I know this guy.
Because
This guy
Star
went
Trek
from
is like their thing. That's the atheist thing.
this guy went from married Christian to a flat out drug user, back to being married, and now he's a priest or a pastor at some fundamentalist Christian church. And I'm just like, it's like this guy vacillates so badly, but now he doesn't, now he's crippled and everything else. And I don't know if he's, I haven't talked to him in years. I talked to his wife, was cool, but him himself, I don't understand that. You know what I mean? It's like two people.
Well, some dudes get, as my brother would call it, booty blind.
Yeah.
And then they I've known dudes who got with chicks and completely lost themselves. It's like you have the dude before he was with the girl and then after, and they're 2 different human beings. It's like they're not even the same person. And you expect a little bit of a change, obviously, if they're in a long-term relationship or get married. But when somebody completely flips their entire personality around, it's pretty wild. It's like, what am I even looking at here? I don't even know who this guy is anymore.
I knew a guy who went from being the local pot dealer and drunk to Christian fundamentalist, and I was just like, and he's got I don't know, 7, 8 kids now, and I'm just like, it's like, dude, what happened? What the, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, having 7 or 8 kids and not being a drug addict's a little bit better than.
I know, but I was just like, he was a wild one. I mean, we're talking one of those ones, James, that even you and I would be like, oh no. He's headed for prison. He's headed for trouble. I'm gonna walk away. He's one of those guys that would go up to a squad car in the middle of the police parking lot and smash a window out. I mean, that's how off the hook he was at times.
Well, I'm glad he found something and kept his ass out of prison, because prison is no fun.
Yeah.
But it was just like I was shocked when I saw it. I was just like, oh my.
Hey,
I mean,
James.
there is a reason that the concept of being born again exists. So
Yeah. To all
So-
you raging leftists, I just talked to your moms. Trump is your new dad now.
Huh?
To all the raging leftists, I just talked to your moms. Trump is your new dad now.
Hilarious.
yeah, and to reply to you, Anderson, I think the reason that Stargate isn't really an atheist thing is because it a very much normal people appeal. Like it is just a comfortable show to watch where, yeah, it has ups and downs and people are nice.
Yeah, but they do make it a point to talk about how, Earth has no longer had a use for religion for like a very long time.
In
They
Stargate?
bring that up in the episode with Apollo, actually.
Ah,
Earth has evolved beyond that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
hate
is a bit
every
cringy.
side
But I
of
mean,
that.
they didn't cram it in your face, so I didn't hate it or anything. I wasn't like, whatever, but
It still irks me when
there's
they
still,
do. Humanity has evolved past their. Yeah.
if you read the Star Trek books, there's still planets that the Enterprise had went to that had religious, that had
well,
religion.
Bones was religious.
Yeah.
Bones was still a believer. It's just like the culture as a whole had given it up.
oh no, I was speaking of Stargate, not Star Trek.
Oh, Stargate? Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
Stargate.
sorry. I was on
Yeah,
Star Trek.
It's okay to both star with a 4-letter word afterwards.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, but I remember the one episode where Bones compared Spock to the devil
Yeah.
because of his pointed ears.
You pointy-eared devil.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
You can't trust any knife ears.
That sounds
Well-
almost as funny as those Don Cotties.
But yeah, Stargate, I watched the movie obviously because it kicks ass. But like one season maybe. And
I've
then
seen
after
one
that I
season.
just kind of got bored of
I,
it.
I left Stargate when my mom had a she had a crush on what was that, Dean
Richard Dean Anderson, aka
Yeah, she's got a
MacGyver.
major crush on him, and I was just like, Mom, you watch so many episodes of Stargate. I was like, well, I had to walk out of the room. I was like, no, you've seen this episode 3 times already. Oh God.
Yeah, there were a
MacGyver.
lot of women with crushes on Richard Dean Anderson, both as MacGyver and as O'Neill.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. If you watch Star Trek Continues, they bring Adonis back, and it's the same guy that played him in the original.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
and they find out that how he gets his power through worship. He could also gain power through helping people. So they land him on like a medieval world, and he just wanders around randomly helping whoever he runs into, and it starts making him younger and bigger and stronger again. But he doesn't tell anybody who he is, because it turns out that the whole time Adonis loved humans, but they gained their life and power through worship. So he thought he had to, force them. But they find out that no, you don't. But And in Star Trek Continues, the guy who plays Scotty is the son of the original Scotty. So,
Oh, they brought Scotty's son in. I met James Doohan a number of times, and he's always a pleasure to talk to at a
Yep.
convention and stuff. He wasn't Shatner. He wasn't any of the other ones. He was always one of the, even keel guys. A lot of them actors were moody, to say the least. I don't want to be here, but I took $10,000 to come.
well, Shatner one time had the whole banquet hall at the Charlie's Steakhouse on iDrive closed, and said that he could only be approached by one waiter and one food server. And he was in there, I guess, celebrating his anniversary with his wife. So I was totally like, I ended up being the food runner, and I was cool with it. I didn't talk to him. I fluffed his potato. I did my thing. I asked if he needed anything. He said no. And the waiter and I kind of left him alone. He ate a meal with his wife and left us like a hell of a tip.
Well,
and I thought about it, and I said, if you're Shatner, maybe sometimes you just want to be left alone.
Well, I know.
Because Star Trek nerds are the freaking worst. They will hound you all over the place.
Yeah.
And while I like
there is
Trek, I'm not a Trek nerd.
It's not only Star Trek nerds. It's
It's
all
weird
nerds.
nerds everywhere.
I was at Gary Con, and I'm walking around with my jacket on, and it's a really colorful jacket. Anyways, this guy keeps coming up to me. Where's this person? Where's this person? Where's this person? And I finally had to pull the kid off to the side and say, here it is. Don't disturb them when they're DMing. Wait till the break or a couple minutes before the break, and then go stand near the table. And then when they're done, you may approach them and ask for your signature. Do not bug them while they're dungeon mastering, because it just throws the whole game off. But this kid was just so rabid about getting all these signatures and stuff. And I was just like, oh, God.
I mean, but the thing about Star Trek fan is they were the first, and they come so early that like the FBI and like the Canadians police something has like what do you call it, profiles on like the Star Trek fan.
They're pretty wild. They're pretty wild.
Yeah.
I was never a fan. I was always I like Star Trek. Kirk is my favorite captain, whatever.
I prefer
But
this
I would never like go out of my way or put myself out like to see them. Like if somebody's like, tells me, hey, there's a convention in Orlando and you can meet Shatner, I'd be like, I don't care. And I wouldn't be lying. I don't care.
Well, somebody says that to me. It's like, okay, I've done it. What do I care? I've seen him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, but I haven't, and I still don't care.
I thought you did when you met him when you're doing the survey.
I didn't meet him. I fluffed his potatoes.
Well, that's fine.
Like when the waiter puts the food on the table, the food runner carries it, and the waiter takes the plates off, and then the food runner takes 2 forks and fluffs the potatoes.
Oh, well.
Because that's how you do it, Charlie's. Because the one on International Drive is like a top tier, and you ask them if they need anything, and they say no, and you leave. So did I meet him? No, I didn't talk to him. Didn't get an address or a signature. None of that shit.
There is the normal fans, and then there's the rabid fans. The normal fans are just like, hey, all right, nice to meet you once, and I don't need to see you again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of people were
rabid ones that want to be their best friend.
A lot of the guys at the restaurant were talking mad shit. Like, I can't believe he won't let anyone go in there and get out. And I was like, dude's trying to have his dinner with his wife. Like he's not busy enough all the time putting up with all these rabid fanboys. He just wants to sit down in a nice steakhouse and have dinner with his wife. It might have been there. I don't even know if it was a holiday or what it was.
Yeah.
But the reality is the old dude was eating dinner with his wife and just didn't want to be messed with. It's like, okay, I totally get it, whatever.
Shatner's only has, what is he on, his 5th marriage? Or no, he just got divorced again.
Did he get divorced?
Yep.
Because what I'm talking about is 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
how
man.
many? I mean,
And
how many
Nimoy
times
is
have
dead.
actors gotten divorced? So
Nimoy's dead. Shatner's
Yep.
still kicking, I think.
Yeah, he's still alive.
And went
Shatner's
to
still
space.
alive.
yeah, Shatner is alive and very well health for his age.
Yeah.
Shatner,
And
it's
Sulu
Shatner,
won't shut the fuck up.
Sulu, and Walter Koenig. What was his name? Chekhov. They're the only three alive yet. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Sulu.
Sulu
That's
needs to just shut the F up.
yeah, that's a person a lot of people would wish didn't have a Twitter account.
It's like
Yeah, no kidding.
pretty much by and large, everyone's just like, shut the. No one cares. You know? No one cares. And every now and then, him and Shatner get into it on Twitter, and it's pretty hilarious. Because
Yeah.
the Sulu guy will say something effed up about Shatner, and Shatner slap back. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
because Sulu was saying the only reason he never become a big star is because Shatner wouldn't let him have enough time on camera. And Shatner hit him back and was like, no one wanted to see you on camera because you can't act or some shit. It was like,
I
damn.
still think my favorite thing about Sulu the person is when he said that oh yeah, Republican is gonna put us into camps, and then people are like, so about back in World War II and the Democrats.
Yeah, put you in a camp.
Yeah, literally, your grandparents are parents.
Ah,
yeah,
Yeah,
Shatner's
he has gone so far into Trump derangement syndrome that it's like sad to see, you know?
Yeah,
Now, Stephen King, I never liked him or really anything he ever did anyway, so I don't care. But Elon Musk freaking smacked the shit out of him because he ran his mouth. And Elon is a madman on Twitter these days. Like, he banned Cardi B for a while. She got suspended for running her gap, breaking community guidelines, and he's like, "Yeah, you're done."
yeah. Stephen King, he can't escape either that he did too much coke and his editors didn't remove that ending to it.
Right. And I tell you what, I always remind him of that ending to it.
Yeah.
Anytime he talks shit, I always say, aren't you the guy that wrote a gangbang involving 13-year-olds? Maybe you should shut
In
the
a
hell
sewer?
up. Yeah, in a sewer. Like, yeah, I don't think you're the guy to be telling anybody how they should live, you know?
Well,
But-
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the list. I am waiting for the Didi list, and I'm waiting for the list from
Epstein?
huh?
Epstein?
Epstein. Those lists, unless they were put under seal by a judge, I would love to see those lists.
I think the president can overrule that, though, can he?
I don't know if he's able, because there's three separations. There's a separation of executive, judiciary, and the legislative, and I think what would have to happen is the legislative branch would have to pass a law to overrule that. So,
Well, I do know they were talking about the constitutionality of Trump just firing the FBI and everything, and it turns out he can.
yeah, it's part of the executive branch.
Because they're part of the executive branch.
He's the
Trump
chief
can
executive.
roll in and just fire everybody in the DOJ or whatever he wants.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's not
that
a damn
came
thing
up
we want
after
to do about it.
Gary Gensler SEC thing he said in Nashville, where he's going to fire Gary Gensler, and everybody's like, "You can't do it." "Oh, yes, he can." "No, he can't." I said, "Oh, yes, he can," because Gary Gensler has violated a Supreme Court ruling 70 plus times already. So, oops, sorry
I
for
do
you.
know that guy did get fired.
Huh?
He's fired,
Yeah.
and all the cases dropped. My wife came in a second ago and said, "Remember that judge that was trying to try Trump for all this shit?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she said they dropped all the charges and he's fired.
Yeah.
Wow. Who
Jack
would've- who
Smith
would've
or
guessed?
whatever his name is.
I'm not sure the name. I didn't ask. I just said, yeah, but
I think I'm gonna have to go though. I'll see ya.
see ya.
No. Didn't Trump say he was going to pardon all the January 6th guys too?
As soon as he's in office. He did say that. What we should do is on January 6th, we should make some kind of national holiday. Like by presidential decree, make it like National Patriot Day or something like that. Smith is the special prosecutor. Yeah, whoever it was.
Yeah.
But
Jackson.
yeah, make it like National You Missed Bitch Day, January 6th. Just have a picture of Trump with a bloody ear, you know, standing there. That would be hilarious. And then every time they mention January 6th, it'd be like, oh, happy January 6th to you too. Like the leader of the Proud Boys, who was in Florida at the time, got 25 years.
Okay.
Yeah, how do you work that out?
RICO charges. Because under RICO, you can literally charge anyone for anything.
Yeah.
It's so wide open that, you know.
I mean, that's also one reason gangs stopped wearing uniforms, even
Yep.
if it was just colors.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go. I gotta go up to David Wesley's and throw some dice and stuff. So, hope you
Well,
guys have a
that
good
sounds
day.
fun.
Have fun then.
Yep. He gets to go hang out with all the cool people.
They're sort of dying away. One of our players is no longer able to play, so we're trying to figure that out today. And I don't know if we're going to be doing it much longer, but hopefully. But
You just got to do it as long as you can.
that's right. All right, guys, I will catch you later.
Catch you later, bro.
Goodbye.
And I think I'll end this since it's been 5 hours.
That's fair.
But Dean, it's good to see you. Don't be a stranger, homie.
Oh, I try not to.
All right. And everyone else who stuck with all this bullshit for all this time, catch you later. RPG Grandma and Anderson and everyone else. It was a pleasure as always. Plus, I got a lot of stuff painted. You'll see it later. Anyway, bye.
Have a good one.
Yep.